Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever felt completely drained from always putting others first, only to realize that your kindness sometimes comes back to bite you? Trust me, I know that feeling all too well. We're told from a young age to be compassionate and give selflessly, but what happens when being overly generous starts to take a serious toll on our well-being? In this video, I want to share some surprising ways being too kind can actually work against you, and more importantly, how you can protect yourself while still caring for others. Let's dive in and explore the balance between giving to others and giving yourself the respect you deserve. I'll get started with this in-depth exploration of how kindness, while noble, can sometimes work against us if not balanced properly. Here's the first elaborated idea. People will depend on you too much. When I first started helping out my friends and family regularly, I felt like I was making a difference. I'd be the person they'd call if they needed a ride, a listening ear, or help with a project. At first, it was heartwarming to feel needed, but slowly I noticed a shift. People began to expect my help rather than appreciate it. My phone would buzz constantly with requests that grew in size and frequency. A friend might call last minute, expecting me to drive an hour just to babysit, or a co-worker would ask me to cover for them again. Over time, this constant giving made me feel exhausted and unappreciated. Instead of focusing on my own tasks and goals, I'd be scrambling to fulfill others' needs. I barely had time to breathe, and what was worse, the people I helped rarely considered that I had responsibilities of my own. They had grown so accustomed to my assistance that they assumed I was always available. The more I gave, the less I felt seen, and eventually the imbalance began to affect my peace of mind and energy levels. The Stoic principle of self-care and knowing when to prioritize oneself became vital for me. I had to learn to say no, even though it felt uncomfortable. Setting boundaries didn't mean I stopped caring. It just meant recognizing that if I neglected my well-being, I wouldn't have much left to give. It was tough to accept that some people wouldn't take it well, but I had to put my health and peace first. These days I consciously choose when to offer my time, making sure my needs are met so I can show up fully for others without feeling overwhelmed. It's a balancing act, but one worth mastering. You'll attract opportunists. I used to think that being overly generous would naturally build stronger and deeper relationships. After all, I believed that helping others would create bonds rooted in gratitude and mutual support. But reality hit me hard when I noticed a pattern. Some people were only around when they needed something. I remember a particular friend from work who would always reach out when they needed help on a project or a favor. When I needed support or just wanted to hang out for fun, they were mysteriously unavailable. It started to feel like a one-sided transaction instead of a genuine friendship. I realized that my open-hearted generosity was like a beacon for opportunists. These people gravitated toward me, drawn by the idea that I'd always be there to lend a hand, share my resources, or offer emotional support. Instead of building connections that were mutually enriching, I found myself drained by interactions with people who only cared about what they could gain. They would soak up my energy, take what they needed, and vanish until the next time they were in need. There was no reciprocity, no sense of partnership, only depletion. It became clear to me that while kindness is a beautiful quality, it needs to be paired with discernment. Just because I had the ability to help didn't mean I was obligated to. The Stoics emphasize wisdom and the ability to judge situations wisely, and that wisdom became crucial. Now, I'm more intentional about where I invest my energy. I've learned to recognize when someone's presence in my life is opportunistic and to distance myself accordingly. It's not about withholding kindness. It's about protecting my spirit from those who don't value the relationship beyond what they can take from it. In the end, quality over quantity matters when it comes to who we let into our lives. You could miss out on self-care. Putting everyone else first feels noble at first, doesn't it? I remember thinking I was being the best version of myself when I made sacrifices to help others. Whether it was volunteering for a late-night project at work or spending an entire weekend helping a friend move, I was the person who would always say yes. But after a while, I noticed something concerning. I was neglecting my own needs. My physical and emotional health started to decline, and I was too drained to do anything about it. There was a day that really drove the point home. I had just spent hours running errands for my family, and by the time I got back home, I was completely spent. My muscles ached, and my mind was foggy. All I wanted was to rest, maybe take a hot bath or watch a movie, but another friend called asking for help. Despite being exhausted, I reluctantly agreed. I showed up for them, but internally I was resentful and angry. I realized that my selflessness was starting to feel more like a burden than a gift. Self-care isn't selfish, it's foundational. The Stoics teach that self-mastery and a well-ordered mind are crucial for a fulfilled life. I couldn't take care of anyone if I didn't first take care of myself. So, I started scheduling me time and protecting it fiercely. Whether it's a morning walk, a long bath, or just reading a book in peace, I prioritize those moments. If someone asks for my help during that time, I've learned to politely decline or reschedule. Now, I'm healthier, happier, and more genuinely present when I do choose to help others. It's not about doing less. It's about doing things from a place of abundance rather than exhaustion. People might think you're weak. It's hard to believe, but sometimes kindness can be interpreted as a lack of strength or confidence. I've experienced this firsthand. When I was younger, I thought being agreeable and accommodating would make me well-liked. I rarely spoke up for myself, rarely set boundaries, and always tried to make everyone happy. But instead of earning respect, I noticed people started treating me as if I couldn't stand up for myself. My peers at work began piling extra tasks onto me, assuming I wouldn't push back. Even friends would jokingly say, "Oh, you know they'll do it, they never say no." Deep down I felt frustrated and taken for granted, but I didn't want to risk disappointing anyone. This went on until a particularly eye-opening moment with a co-worker. I had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a report for them. And when I mentioned how tired I was, they shrugged and said, "You're too nice for your own good. You should have said no." It hit me. Even the people benefiting from my kindness saw me as a pushover. That stung, but it was the wake-up call I needed. The Stoic idea of self-discipline and asserting your boundaries became a guiding principle for me. I learned that being strong doesn't mean being harsh. It means valuing yourself enough to set limits. The first time I said no to an unreasonable request, I was terrified. But to my surprise, the world didn't end. In fact, people began respecting me more. They realized I had my own priorities and couldn't be guilted into overextending myself. It's about finding that balance, being kind, but not at the expense of your own dignity. Setting boundaries showed people I was not only kind, but also strong and self-respecting, and that changed everything. You might develop a habit of avoidance. Constantly focusing on others can sometimes be a way to run away from yourself. I used to fill my days with endless acts of service, staying busy to the point of exhaustion. It made me feel good on the surface, like I was doing something valuable. But when I was alone and things got quiet, a sense of discomfort would wash over me. If you've ever found yourself avoiding stillness because it brings up thoughts or emotions you'd rather not face, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had to confront the fact that my giving nature was sometimes a distraction from my own unresolved issues. If I kept my calendar packed with commitments, I didn't have to think about my insecurities or the lingering fears I hadn't dealt with. This realization came one weekend when all my plans fell through, and I was left with nothing but my thoughts. I felt a wave of anxiety, and it became clear that I had been using busyness as an emotional shield. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-reflection and inner strength. I realized that running away from myself wasn't sustainable. So I started to create space in my life for introspection. It was difficult at first, but gradually I learned to face my feelings head-on. I journaled, practiced mindfulness, and even took long walks by myself to get comfortable with my own company. This self-awareness not only helped me grow, but also made my acts of kindness more genuine, as they were no longer fueled by a desire to escape my own struggles. It's about being there for others, while also being brave enough to face your own inner world. Your goals will be ignored. Have you ever felt like your dreams are slipping further away because you're too busy helping others with theirs? That was me. I had a long list of personal goals: writing a book, learning a new language, and even launching a passion project that I'd been dreaming about for years. But every time I thought I'd make progress, someone would call needing a favor. Of course, I'd say, pushing my goals aside, whether it was helping a friend move or volunteering for an extra project at work. I constantly prioritized others. Before I knew it, years had passed, and my dreams remained just that, dreams. One of the hardest things to admit was that I was sabotaging my own potential. It wasn't just about being nice, it was about a fear of putting myself first. I thought people would label me as selfish or ungrateful. But the Stoics teach us the importance of living by reason and aligning our actions with our values. And my values included making my dreams a reality. This forced me to take a hard look at where my time and energy were going. I realized that saying yes to everything meant saying no to my own aspirations. So, I made a change. I started scheduling time for my goals, treating them with the same importance as I treated everyone else's needs. When someone asked for my help, I'd evaluate whether it aligned with my priorities. If it didn't, I'd politely decline or suggest a compromise. It wasn't easy, especially the first time I had to tell a friend I couldn't help them because I had my own commitments. But over time, I noticed a difference. My passion projects began to flourish, and I felt more fulfilled and in control of my life. Protecting your goals doesn't make you selfish. It ensures you're living a balanced, purposeful life. People will doubt your intentions. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes being too nice can make people suspicious. I experienced this with a colleague who once said, "Why are you always so helpful? What's your angle?" I was shocked. My intentions were pure, but to them, my generosity seemed too good to be true. In a world where people are used to hidden agendas and ulterior motives, extreme kindness can raise red flags. It's like when a stranger offers you free tickets or a too good to be true deal. You immediately wonder what the catch is. At first, this reaction hurt. I couldn't believe people would question my sincerity, but looking back, I can see how it might have seemed unusual. When people are too nice, especially in environments where trust is scarce, others can become wary. They wonder if you're trying to win favor or manipulate them in some way. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it made me realize that overextending myself might not be the best approach. The Stoics remind us to act in line with our values, regardless of how others perceive us. That wisdom helped me find a middle ground. I didn't stop being kind, but I did become more selective about where and how I invested my energy. Instead of spreading myself thin, I focused on meaningful acts of kindness for people I genuinely cared about. By being more intentional, I reduced the suspicion and created space for deeper, more authentic connections. I learned that quality trumps quantity in relationships, and kindness, when balanced with self-respect, carries more weight and credibility. You might end up feeling used. I remember a time when I was constantly there for everyone, always the dependable friend, the co-worker who'd cover extra shifts, the family member who'd drop everything to lend a hand. At first, it felt good to be needed, but that feeling quickly faded as I noticed a troubling pattern. People only reached out when they wanted something. Invitations to catch up or check in just to see how I was doing, almost non-existent. Slowly, I began to feel used, like a resource rather than a person with my own needs and emotions. It all came to a head when I helped a friend move, spending my entire weekend carrying boxes and organizing their new place. A few weeks later, I found myself in need of a favor, a small one, and that same friend was suddenly too busy. The disappointment cut deep, and I felt a wave of resentment. It wasn't the first time either. My acts of kindness were met with expectations, not appreciation, and that left me feeling drained and bitter. The Stoics teach us that emotional balance is crucial and that our peace of mind should never be dependent on others' behavior. I realized that I had to change how I gave, not to receive something in return, but to protect my own well-being. I started asking myself, am I giving because I truly want to, or am I giving out of obligation or a need for validation? If the answer was the latter, I paused. It's okay to be kind, but it's equally okay to protect yourself from feeling used. By being mindful of who I give to and why, I've learned to preserve my energy and ensure that I'm acting from a place of genuine care, not from a fear of disappointing others. Your kindness might enable irresponsibility. Have you ever found yourself doing so much for someone that they no longer felt the need to handle their own responsibilities? I've definitely been there. A close family member once struggled with managing their finances, and I would always swoop in to pay their bills or help them organize their expenses. I thought I was doing the right thing, being supportive and easing their burden. But in reality, my constant rescue missions enabled their financial irresponsibility. They didn't feel the pressure to learn or change because I was always there to save the day. It's a harsh reality. Sometimes our kindness can do more harm than good. The Stoics emphasize the importance of moderation and rational decision-making, and that applies to giving as well. If we constantly take over someone's responsibilities, we rob them of the opportunity to grow and become independent. This doesn't mean we shouldn't help. It means we should be mindful of how we help. Instead of always stepping in, we can offer guidance and support while still encouraging them to take ownership of their problems. Now, I'm more intentional about how I assist others. For that same family member, I stopped offering financial bailouts. Instead, I helped them set up a budget and encouraged them to seek advice from a professional. It wasn't easy to watch them struggle at first, but it was necessary for their growth. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to let people learn from their mistakes and find their own strength. That's how we empower others without sacrificing our own peace. You'll feel overwhelmed and stressed. Being everyone's go-to helper might seem honorable, but it's a fast track to burnout. I used to say yes to everything, helping friends move, volunteering for extra work, taking care of family errands, and it left me feeling constantly overwhelmed. My schedule was packed to the point that I barely had time to rest or even enjoy simple things, like reading a book or taking a quiet walk. The stress built up, affecting not only my mental health but my physical well-being too. I'd lie awake at night, my mind racing with all the things I had to do for everyone else. One morning, I woke up exhausted and thought, how did I get here? The answer was simple. I hadn't set boundaries. I was so focused on being available for everyone else that I neglected my own needs. The Stoics teach us the value of balance and self-control, and it became clear that I needed to make some changes. It was time to stop treating self-care as a luxury and start treating it as a necessity. I learned to say no without feeling guilty, and it was life-changing. I prioritized my well-being and even scheduled do-nothing time, where I could just relax or do something I loved. If a friend asked for help during my designated self-care hours, I'd explain that I had a prior commitment, even if that commitment was to myself. Setting these boundaries helped me show up more fully when I did choose to help, without feeling overburdened or stressed. It taught me that it's possible to be kind and generous without sacrificing my own peace and happiness. Strategies to protect yourself. Listen to your emotions. It took me a long time to realize that my body and emotions were trying to tell me something every time I felt burned out from helping others. I used to ignore those feelings, brushing them off as a sign that I just needed to work harder or be more selfless. But the truth is, our emotions and physical sensations are often our first indicators that something is off balance. There was a time when I agreed to help a friend organize a huge event. I thought it would be fun and rewarding, but as the weeks went by, I started feeling a heavy sense of dread and anxiety. I wasn't sleeping well, and I felt on edge every time my phone buzzed with another request for help. I'd push through, telling myself that feeling resentful wasn't kind or right, but the resentment kept building. Eventually, I snapped at my friend over something minor, and that's when I knew I had to pause and reflect. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness, and I realized I needed to honor my emotions instead of ignoring them. Our feelings serve as messengers, telling us when we've stretched ourselves too thin. Now, I pay close attention to how I feel when helping someone. If I notice that familiar anxiety creeping in or feel a wave of exhaustion, I give myself permission to step back. I might take a walk, meditate, or journal about what's bothering me. These moments of self-care allow me to reset and determine whether I'm giving from a place of genuine generosity or from obligation and burnout. By tuning into my emotions, I can make sure my kindness is sustainable and not at the cost of my own well-being. Embrace the power of saying no. Saying no used to make me feel like the worst person in the world. I'd imagine the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and guilt would eat me alive. But over the years, I've come to see that no is one of the most liberating and self-respecting words we can use. There was a time when I was juggling work, family commitments, and helping out at a community center. One evening, a friend asked if I could join a committee for a new project. My gut screamed no, but I felt too guilty to say it. So I agreed, even though it meant giving up my one free evening for self-care. Fast forward a month, and I was exhausted, stressed, and frustrated. I hadn't taken a single moment for myself, and I was growing resentful. That's when I realized that saying no wasn't selfish. It was necessary. The Stoics teach us that we must respect our own time and energy. So I practiced in front of the mirror, telling myself, it's okay to say no. Your well-being matters. When I finally said no to the next request, I felt a mix of relief and fear. But to my surprise, the world didn't collapse. People adjusted, and some even respected me more for setting boundaries. Now, I remind myself that no is not a rejection of the person asking. It's an affirmation of my own limits. It allows me to say yes to things that truly matter with energy and joy. And when I do say yes, I know it's coming from a place of genuine willingness, not out of guilt or obligation. Schedule time. Just for yourself. Carving out time for myself used to feel like an indulgence I couldn't afford. My schedule was always filled with commitments, whether it was work projects, family responsibilities, or friends needing a hand. But one day I had a wake-up call. I was so worn out from running around non-stop that I came down with a fever and had to spend a whole weekend in bed. That forced rest made me realize how much I'd neglected myself. The Stoics talk about living in harmony with our nature, and part of that is recognizing when we need rest and solitude to recharge. So I started blocking out time on my calendar for self-care. It could be as simple as an hour to read a book, go for a walk, or even just sit quietly with a cup of tea. At first, I felt guilty. I'd think, what if someone needs me during this time? But I knew I had to protect it. When a friend called during one of my designated self-care hours, I simply said, I'm not available right now. Can we catch up later? It felt strange at first, but also incredibly empowering. Scheduling time for myself has become a non-negotiable part of my life. It's not about being unavailable to others. It's about being fully present when I do show up. By guarding this time fiercely, I've become more grounded, energized, and able to help others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Now, self-care isn't a luxury. It's an essential part of my routine, and I'm all the better for it. Set clear boundaries. Identifying and dealing with energy vampires was one of the hardest but most necessary changes I had to make. We all know those people who leave us feeling exhausted after every interaction, right? For me, it was a former co-worker who would constantly vent about her problems but never seemed interested in solving them. Every conversation drained me, and I realized I was becoming a sounding board for someone who had no intention of changing or reciprocating support. Setting boundaries felt uncomfortable at first. I didn't want to come across as rude or unkind, but the Stoics emphasize that our well-being is our responsibility, and I had to take that to heart. I began to limit my interactions with this co-worker, gently steering conversations away from negativity or cutting them short when they became too draining. I'd say, I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, but I need to focus on some work right now. It wasn't easy, and I felt guilty for a while. But over time, I noticed how much lighter I felt when I prioritized my mental energy. It's not just about avoiding draining people, but also about nurturing relationships that uplift and inspire me. I've learned to protect my time and energy fiercely. If someone's presence consistently leaves me feeling worse, I limit my interactions or, in some cases, walk away entirely. It's about valuing my own well-being as much as I value others. And by doing so, I've made space for people who bring joy, wisdom, and balance into my life. Setting boundaries doesn't make me less kind. It makes me healthier and stronger, which ultimately allows me to give more authentically. Being kind is one of life's greatest virtues, but when taken to the extreme, it can backfire. The Stoic philosophy reminds us that everything should be done in moderation, including generosity. By setting boundaries, being intentional about where we direct our energy, and remembering to take care of ourselves, we can continue to be kind without feeling used, stressed, or depleted. It's all about finding that sweet spot, the balance between giving to others and honoring our own needs. Remember, you deserve the same kindness you show to everyone else, and sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to respect your own well-being. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and balance. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for more wisdom rooted in Stoic principles. Your support helps this channel grow, and I'm so grateful to have you here. Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead, I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 94.2. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't? They're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. The way we express ourselves and how others perceive it are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words. It's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, "Did I say something that upset you?" Or, "How did that come across to you?" This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, It can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. But I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better. But I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle. It was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control, doing my best work with integrity. I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice. It was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, people I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. "Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose." It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. Opponentes Averter 7. Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turned to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed, not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.
And celebrate surviving tough days. It means to appreciate your resilience in the face of adversity. For example, after a particularly challenging workday, take a moment to acknowledge your strength and treat yourself to a relaxing evening. 2. Avoid permanent decisions based on emotions. It means to refrain from making life-altering choices when you're in an emotionally charged state. For instance, instead of quitting your job impulsively after a heated argument with a colleague, give yourself time to cool down and assess the situation objectively. 3. Kindness returns in multiples. It means that the compassion and generosity you show others will come back to you in greater measure. A real-life example is when you help a struggling co-worker with a project, and later they go out of their way to support you during a difficult time. 4. Embrace change. It's the only constant. It means to accept and adapt to life's ever-evolving nature. For example, if your company undergoes a merger, instead of resisting the new management structure, approach it with an open mind and look for opportunities for growth. 5. Learn from past pain. It means to use your experiences of hurt and disappointment as lessons for personal growth. For instance, if a past relationship ended due to trust issues, apply that knowledge to build stronger, more transparent connections in the future. 6. Be true to yourself, even if hated for it. It means to stay authentic and stand by your values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. A real-life example is choosing to pursue a career in the arts despite family pressure to follow a more traditional path. 7. Invest in lifelong learning. It means to continually seek knowledge and skills throughout your life. For example, attending workshops, reading books, or taking online courses to stay updated in your field or explore new interests. Artistie de boutique, c'est ça. The Titan de Tudorsakersen Som. 8. Bad company is worse than none. It means that being alone is preferable to surrounding yourself with negative or toxic people. An example is choosing to spend a weekend by yourself rather than going out with friends who constantly engage in gossip or destructive behaviors. 9. Time reveals true intentions. It means that people's genuine motives and character become apparent over time. For instance, a new acquaintance may seem charming at first, but as you interact with them more, you might discover that their actions don't align with their words. 10. Prioritize health and well-being. It means to make your physical, mental, and emotional health a top priority. Real-life applications include maintaining a balanced diet, exercising regularly, seeking therapy when needed, and setting boundaries to protect your peace of mind. 11. Control your thoughts. It means to actively manage your mindset and focus on positive, constructive thinking patterns. For example, when faced with a challenging situation, choose to view it as an opportunity for growth rather than a roadblock. 12. Embrace occasional failures. It means to accept that setbacks are a normal part of the learning and growth process. A real-life example is when an entrepreneur's first business venture doesn't succeed, but they use the experience to refine their strategy and try again. 13. Be patient. Everything comes in time. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of life and avoid rushing or forcing outcomes. For instance, when working towards a long-term goal like a degree or a promotion, stay consistent in your efforts and believe that your hard work will pay off in due course. 14. Appreciate those who value you. It means to cherish and nurture relationships with people who genuinely care for and support you. An example is making time to connect with a friend who always listens without judgment and offers encouragement during tough times. 15. Take action or face regret. It means to seize opportunities and pursue your goals, rather than letting fear or indecision hold you back. A real-life example is deciding to take a solo travel adventure despite initial hesitations and discovering a newfound sense of independence and self-confidence. 16. Silence is golden when angry. It means to refrain from speaking or acting impulsively when you're feeling frustrated or upset. For instance, if a co-worker makes a snide comment during a meeting, take a deep breath and choose to address the issue calmly and professionally later, rather than reacting in the moment. 17. Direction matters more than speed. It means that having a clear vision and purpose is more important than rushing through life aimlessly. A real-life application is taking the time to reflect on your values and passions before committing to a career path, rather than just choosing the quickest or most convenient option. 18. Learn from every experience. It means to approach life with a growth mindset and seek lessons in both positive and negative situations. For example, if a project at work doesn't go as planned, take note of what strategies didn't work and brainstorm ways to improve for future endeavors. 19. Release grudges as they poison you. It means to practice forgiveness and let go of resentment, as holding on to anger only harms your own well-being. An example is choosing to forgive a family member who wronged you in the past, not necessarily for their benefit, but to free yourself from the burden of bitterness. 20. Face fears. It means to confront your anxieties and step outside your comfort zone in order to grow and expand your horizons. A real-life example is signing up for a public speaking course despite a fear of presenting in front of others and discovering a hidden talent for communication. 21. Show interest to be interesting. It means to actively engage with others and demonstrate curiosity in their lives and perspectives. For instance, when attending a networking event, focus on asking thoughtful questions and listening attentively to the people you meet, rather than just trying to promote yourself. 22. Cultivate gratitude daily. It means to make a conscious effort to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small. A real-life application is keeping a gratitude journal and writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day, even on challenging days. 23. Be yourself regardless of others' opinions. It means to stay true to your authentic self and not let the judgment or expectations of others dictate your life choices. For example, if you have a quirky sense of humor, embrace it and don't feel pressured to change just to fit in with a more serious crowd. 24. Trust actions, not words. It means to base your judgments and decisions on observable behavior rather than empty promises. A real-life example is when evaluating a potential business partner. Look at their track record of follow-through and reliability, not just their persuasive pitch. 25. Pursue what you really want. It means to have the courage to go after your true desires and passions, even if it means taking risks or going against societal norms. For instance, if you've always dreamed of starting your own business, take steps to make it a reality, even if it means leaving the security of a traditional 9-to-5 job. 26. Value your time. Not everyone deserves it. It means to be selective with how you spend your time and energy, and prioritize people and activities that align with your values and goals. A real-life application is learning to say no to social invitations or requests that don't serve you in order to make room for more meaningful engagements. 27. Wealth simplifies life. It means that financial security can provide a sense of freedom and ease, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of life. For example, having a solid savings cushion can give you the flexibility to take time off work to care for a loved one, or pursue a creative project without worrying about immediate income. 28. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. It means to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that align with your needs and values without feeling beholden to others' expectations or demands. A real-life example is declining an invitation to a family gathering that you know will be stressful and triggering in order to protect your mental health. 29. Create your own family. It means to build a support system of chosen loved ones, whether they be friends, partners, or mentors who provide a sense of belonging and unconditional acceptance. For instance, if you've experienced trauma or estrangement in your family of origin, cultivate close bonds with people who feel like home to you. 30. Strength comes from overcoming hurt. It means that resilience and personal growth often stem from navigating difficult experiences and emerging on the other side. A real-life example is someone who goes through a painful divorce, but uses the experience as a catalyst to rediscover their independence and build a fulfilling new chapter in their life. 31. Money isn't everything, but helps solve problems. It means that while financial success shouldn't be the sole focus of life, it can provide resources and opportunities to address challenges and improve quality of life. For instance, having a stable income can allow you to access quality healthcare, pursue education, or invest in a passion project. 32. Self-respect trumps emotions. It means to prioritize your own dignity and boundaries, even in the face of strong feelings or desires. A real-life application is choosing to end a romantic relationship that's no longer healthy or fulfilling, despite still having love for the other person. 33. Be kind, but don't let others use you. It means to approach others with compassion and generosity, but also set clear limits and avoid enabling manipulative or exploitative behavior. For example, if a friend consistently borrows money without repaying, kindly but firmly communicate your boundaries and suggest alternative resources for support. 34. Accept life's changes. It means to embrace the inevitable shifts and transitions that occur throughout the journey of life and adapt with flexibility and grace. A real-life example is when a job opportunity requires relocating to a new city. Choose to view it as an exciting adventure rather than a daunting upheaval. 35. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be discerning about who you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, and prioritize inner work and self-care in the healing process. For instance, when going through a difficult breakup, lean on a few trusted confidants for support, but also make space for solo reflection and activities that bring you peace and clarity. 36. Live life fully. It means to embrace all the joys, challenges, and possibilities that life has to offer and make the most of each moment and opportunity. A real-life application is saying yes to new experiences, like trying a foreign cuisine or learning a new skill, even if it feels intimidating at first. 37. Discipline is self-respect. It means that holding yourself accountable to your goals and values is a form of self-love and personal integrity. For example, sticking to a regular exercise routine, even when you don't feel motivated, is a way of honoring your commitment to your physical and mental well-being. 38. Stay strong even when things fall apart. It means to maintain a sense of inner resilience and hope, even in the face of setbacks or disappointments. A real-life example is when a cherished friendship ends. Allow yourself to grieve the loss, but also trust in your ability to heal and form new connections. 39. Walk your own path. It means to trust your own intuition and forge a life journey that is authentic to your unique purpose and passions. For instance, if you feel called to pursue a career in the arts, follow that path even if it doesn't align with your family's expectations or societal norms. 40. Say no without guilt. It means to set boundaries and decline requests or invitations that don't serve your well-being without feeling a sense of obligation or self-doubt. A real-life application is turning down a weekend trip with friends because you need alone time to recharge, and trusting that true friends will understand and respect your needs. 41. Avoid gossip. It means to refrain from engaging in or perpetuating negative or unverified talk about others, and instead promote a culture of respect and integrity. For example, If a co-worker tries to draw you into speculation about another colleague's personal life, gently change the subject or suggest focusing on more constructive topics. 42. Keep plans private until achieved. It means to be discerning about sharing your goals and aspirations, and wait until you've made tangible progress before announcing them to others. A real-life example is working on a novel manuscript without telling everyone in your social circle to avoid feeling pressured or discouraged by premature opinions or expectations. 43. Cherish sweet memories. It means to hold close the precious moments and experiences that bring joy and meaning to your life, and use them as a source of comfort and inspiration. For instance, when feeling homesick or lonely, reflect on happy childhood memories or times spent with loved ones to evoke a sense of warmth and connection. 44. Learn by listening to others. It means to approach interactions with an open and curious mindset and seek to understand and learn from the perspectives and experiences of those around you. A real-life application is attending a community forum on a social issue you're unfamiliar with and focusing on absorbing the insights and stories shared rather than asserting your own views. 45. Let go of anger. It means to release feelings of resentment or bitterness and choose forgiveness and peace for your own emotional freedom and well-being. For example, if a past betrayal by a friend still stirs up anger, practice letting go of the hurt and focusing on the positive relationships and experiences in your present life. 46. Everyone has limits. It means to recognize and respect the boundaries and capacities of yourself and others, and avoid placing unrealistic expectations or demands. A real-life example is when a colleague is going through a personal crisis, offer support and understanding rather than pressure them to maintain the same level of work performance. 47. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means that the journey of personal growth and self-discovery can sometimes feel isolating, as you may outgrow certain relationships or social norms. For instance, when working on overcoming addiction or negative behavior patterns, you may need to distance yourself from enabling friendships or environments, even if it means spending more time alone. 48. Choose friends wisely. It means to be discerning about the people you allow into your close circle and prioritize relationships that uplift, support, and challenge you in healthy ways. A real-life application is evaluating a new social connection based on their values, reliability, and positive influence on your life, rather than just surface-level fun or popularity. 49. Be good without proving it. It means to act with integrity and kindness for its own sake, rather than seeking validation or recognition from others. For example, volunteering at a local shelter or donating to a cause you believe in without posting about it on social media or expecting praise in return. 50. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the power of perseverance and timing, and avoid rushing or forcing results before their natural unfolding. A real-life example is when applying for a competitive job or program. Continue putting forth your best effort and trust that the right opportunity will come at the right time, even if it means facing rejection or delays along the way. 51. Handle adversity to succeed. It means that facing and overcoming challenges is a necessary part of achieving meaningful success and growth. For instance, if a startup business faces initial setbacks or financial struggles, view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and build resilience rather than signs of failure. 52. Accept criticism, not disrespect. It means to be open to constructive feedback and use it as a tool for self-improvement, but also set boundaries against personal attacks or malicious comments. A real-life application is when receiving a performance review at work, listen objectively to areas for growth while also advocating for yourself if the criticism feels unfair or biased. 53. Failure is a temporary setback. It means to view missteps or unsuccessful attempts as part of the learning process rather than a permanent reflection of your abilities or worth. For example, if you don't get accepted into your top choice college, use the experience as motivation to reassess your goals and explore alternative paths to success. 54. Focus on yourself. People come and go. It means to prioritize your own personal development and well-being rather than relying solely on external relationships for a sense of identity or purpose. A real-life example is pursuing a hobby or passion that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it means spending less time socializing or pleasing others. 55. Be yourself despite judgment. It means to stay true to your authentic self and values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval from others. For instance, if you have a unique fashion sense or unconventional career path, embrace your individuality and trust that the right people will appreciate and support you for who you are. 56. Your dreams are your responsibility. It means that the pursuit and achievement of your aspirations ultimately depend on your own actions and commitment. A real-life application is creating a vision board or action plan for your long-term goals and holding yourself accountable to taking consistent steps towards them, rather than waiting for external validation or opportunities. 57. Control your mind or someone else will. It means to actively shape your own thoughts and beliefs, rather than allowing external influences or societal pressures to dictate your mindset. For example, if you're surrounded by negative news or social media content, make a conscious effort to seek out positive and uplifting information to maintain a balanced perspective. 58. Be loyal or stay single. It means to prioritize commitment and integrity in romantic relationships and avoid engaging in deceptive or hurtful behavior. A real-life example is choosing to have an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and boundaries, rather than seeking validation or intimacy from outside the relationship. 59. Attachment causes suffering. It means that clinging too tightly to people, possessions, or outcomes can lead to disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or disappear. For instance, if a cherished belonging gets lost or broken, practice accepting the impermanence of material things and finding contentment in the present moment. 60. Know your limits as a giver. It means to be aware of your own emotional and energetic capacity and avoid overextending yourself in the service of others. A real-life application is setting aside dedicated time for self-care and rest, even if it means saying no to additional volunteer commitments or favors for friends. 61. Overcome obstacles as long as you're alive. It means to cultivate a spirit of perseverance and determination, and trust in your ability to navigate challenges as long as you have life and hope. For example, if facing a serious health issue or financial setback, focus on taking small, manageable steps forward and finding strength in the support of loved ones and inner resilience. 62. Take finances seriously. It means to prioritize responsible money management and long-term financial planning, rather than impulsive or short-sighted spending. A real-life example is creating a budget or savings plan to work towards a major purchase or investment like a home or education, and being willing to make necessary sacrifices or lifestyle adjustments. 63. Ignore those who try to bring you down. It means to protect your self-esteem and motivation from negative or discouraging comments from others. For instance, if a family member criticizes your career choice or creative pursuits, choose to focus on the opinions of supportive mentors or your own inner conviction, rather than internalizing the negativity. 64. Learn from losses. It means to view failures or setbacks as valuable opportunities for growth and self-reflection. A real-life application is after a failed business venture or job loss, taking time to assess what strategies or skills could be improved, and using those insights to inform future efforts and decisions. 65. Beware the power of stupid people. It means to be cautious of the potential harm or confusion that can be caused by misinformed or misguided individuals, especially in positions of influence. For example, when evaluating a news source or social media post, take time to verify the credibility and expertise of the author before accepting or sharing the information. 66. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. It means to approach life with an attitude of openness and gratitude, rather than a sense of entitlement or expectation. A real-life example is when receiving a gift or act of kindness from a friend. Express genuine appreciation for the thought and effort, regardless of the material value or personal preference. Scene 67. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means to be prepared for feelings of isolation or detachment as you grow and evolve, as your change in values and priorities may not always align with those around you. For instance, when embarking on a personal development journey, like therapy or spiritual practice, be patient with yourself if you feel disconnected from past relationships or social circles. 68. Say no firmly. It means to communicate your boundaries and decisions with clarity and confidence, without leaving room for ambiguity or pressure. A real-life application is when declining an invitation to a party or event that doesn't align with your goals or values. Express your decision politely but unequivocally, without making excuses or apologies. 69. Maintain privacy for power. It means to be selective about the personal information and vulnerabilities you share with others in order to maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your narrative. For example, when starting a new job or social circle, be mindful of the details and opinions you reveal about your past experiences or relationships until you've built a foundation of trust and rapport. 70. Not everyone will like you. That's life. It means to accept that seeking universal approval or validation is an unrealistic and unhealthy goal, and to find self-acceptance and contentment within yourself. A real-life example is when facing criticism or rejection from a peer or authority figure. Remember that their opinion is just one perspective and does not define your inherent worth or potential. 71. Agree to disagree. It means to accept and respect differences in opinions or beliefs without letting them escalate into hostile or unproductive conflict. For instance, when discussing a controversial political or social issue with a friend or colleague, focus on finding common ground and understanding each other's perspectives rather than convincing them to adopt your view. 72. Other people's opinions are irrelevant. It means to prioritize your own values, goals, and self-assessment over the judgments or expectations of others. A real-life application is when making a major life decision, like a career change, or move to a new city. Trust your own intuition and research over the doubts or unsolicited advice of others. 73. Avoid going broke to impress others. It means to resist the temptation to overspend or live beyond your means in order to gain social status or acceptance. For example, when attending a wedding or event, choose an outfit or gift that fits your budget and personal style, rather than feeling pressured to match the extravagance of others. 74. Balance success and humility. It means to strive for achievement and recognition while also maintaining a grounded and modest perspective. A real-life example is when receiving an award or promotion at work. Express gratitude for the support and contributions of your team or colleagues, rather than solely focusing on your own merits. 75. Make peace with your past. It means to process and release emotional burdens or traumas from previous experiences in order to live more fully and freely in the present. For instance, if a past relationship or family conflict still triggers feelings of anger or shame, consider seeking therapy or counseling to work through the unresolved issues and develop healthy coping strategies. 76. Value experiences over material possessions. It means to prioritize the acquisition of meaningful memories, skills, and relationships over the accumulation of physical goods or wealth. A real-life application is choosing to invest in an educational workshop or volunteer trip rather than a luxury designer item or trendy gadget. 77. Nobody likes arrogance. It means that displaying an air of superiority or self-importance is often off-putting and detrimental to forming positive connections with others. For example, when meeting new people at a social event, focus on asking questions and showing genuine interest in their lives and perspectives, rather than dominating the conversation with boasts about your own accomplishments. 78. Stay calm for clearer thinking. It means to cultivate a state of mental and emotional equilibrium in order to make more rational and effective decisions. A real-life example is when facing a high-pressure situation at work, like a tight deadline or unexpected crisis. Take a few deep breaths and gather all relevant information before reacting or committing to a course of action. 79. Heartbreak can improve your vision. It means that the pain and disillusionment of a failed relationship can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and clarity about your needs and boundaries. For instance, after a difficult breakup, take time to reflect on the patterns or red flags you may have overlooked and use those insights to guide your future partnerships and self-growth. 80. Don't over-explain. People hear what they want. It means to communicate your thoughts and decisions with clarity and concision, without feeling the need to justify or defend yourself excessively. A real-life application is when setting a boundary with a pushy salesperson or acquaintance. Simply state your position or preference firmly and succinctly, without engaging in prolonged arguments or negotiations. 81. Master yourself for true power. It means that the greatest source of influence and control comes from self-awareness, discipline, and emotional regulation, rather than external force or manipulation. For example, when navigating a challenging relationship or conflict, focus on managing your own reactions and behavior in a manner that aligns with your values and goals, rather than trying to change or control the other person. It's a day deep dance teaching. 82. Surround yourself with better people. It means to cultivate relationships and environments that inspire, challenge, and uplift you to grow and succeed. A real-life example is joining a professional network or mentorship program in your field. where you can connect with experienced and accomplished individuals who can offer guidance, encouragement, and constructive feedback. 83. Honesty earns trust, and it means that consistently telling the truth and following through on your word is essential for building credibility and respect in your relationships. For instance, if you make a mistake or fall short on a commitment, own up to it promptly and sincerely, and take steps to make amends and prevent future occurrences. 84. Stress teaches lasting lessons. It means that difficult or uncomfortable experiences can often provide valuable insights and skills for personal and professional development. A real-life application is when dealing with a demanding boss or challenging work project. Look for opportunities to learn new problem-solving strategies, communication techniques, or coping mechanisms that can benefit you in the long run. 85. Believe actions over words. It means to place more weight on observable behavior and follow through than on verbal promises or claims. For example, when evaluating a potential romantic partner or business collaborator, pay attention to how their actions align with their stated values and commitments over time, rather than being swayed by initial charm or persuasion. 86. Be forgiving and understanding, but not foolish. It means to approach conflicts and mistakes with empathy and grace, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries and expectations. A real-life example is when a friend or family member repeatedly flakes on plans or borrows money without repaying. Express your care and concern for their well-being, but also set clear limits on your availability and resources. 87. Don't compare your journey to others. It means to focus on your own path and progress, rather than measuring yourself against the timelines or achievements of those around you. For instance, if you're working towards a personal goal, like learning a new language or saving for a down payment, celebrate your own milestones and efforts, even if they differ from the pace or outcomes of your peers. 88. Learn from every day. It means to approach each day with a mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness, and reflection in order to extract wisdom and growth from both positive and negative experiences. A real-life application is keeping a daily journal or gratitude practice where you can record insights, challenges, and breakthroughs and track your own evolution over time. 89. Your life is your responsibility. It means that you are ultimately accountable for the choices, actions, and consequences that shape your life journey, rather than blaming external factors or individuals. For example, if you're unhappy with your current job or living situation, take proactive steps to explore alternative options or make necessary changes, rather than waiting for circumstances to shift on their own. 90. Society's advice often lacks insight. It means to be discerning about the social norms, expectations, and recommendations that are widely accepted or promoted, as they may not always align with your unique needs, values, or context. A real-life example is when considering a major life transition, like getting married or having children. Trust your own instincts and priorities over the generalized timelines or pressures of cultural traditions or media depictions. 91. Be grateful for small things. It means to cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment for the everyday blessings and comforts in your life, rather than always striving for more or comparing yourself to others. For instance, when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a moment to savor a simple pleasure, like a warm cup of tea or a beautiful sunset, and let that gratitude ground and recharge you. 92. Use solitude to reconnect with yourself. It means to carve out intentional time and space for self-reflection introspection, and personal growth, away from the distractions and demands of social interactions. A real life application is scheduling regular solo dates or retreats where you can engage in activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit, like reading, hiking, or practicing a creative hobby. 93. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of your journey and avoid rushing or forcing results before their optimal timing. For example, when working towards a significant goal, like launching a business or finding a life partner, focus on consistent effort and self-improvement rather than getting discouraged by temporary setbacks or delays. 94. Start now to change your ending. It means that the choices and actions you take in the present moment have the power to shape your future circumstances and outcomes. A real-life example is when facing a health scare or wake-up call. Use that motivation to make immediate changes to your lifestyle or habits, rather than waiting for a more convenient or comfortable time to start. 95. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be selective and discerning about the people and spaces you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, in order to protect your privacy and energy. For instance, when processing a painful experience or trauma, seek out the support of a trusted therapist, mentor, or confidant, rather than broadcasting your story to casual acquaintances or public forums. 96. Keep some things to yourself. Many don't care. It means to be mindful of the emotional labor and vulnerability involved in self-disclosure, and to reserve your innermost thoughts and feelings for those who have earned your trust and investment. A real-life application is when navigating a challenging work situation or personal dilemma. Be judicious about the colleagues or friends you confide in, based on their track record of empathy, discretion, and constructive feedback. 97. Do things alone if necessary. It means to cultivate self-reliance and independence, and to be willing to pursue your goals and interests even without the validation or participation of others. For example, if you've always wanted to travel to a particular destination or attend a specific event, but can't find a compatible companion, consider embarking on the adventure solo, and trust in your ability to navigate and enjoy the experience on your own terms. 98. Trust the process and work hard. It means to have faith in the value and necessity of consistent effort and dedication, even when the path or outcomes are uncertain or challenging. A real-life example is when learning a new skill or working towards a promotion. Commit to showing up and giving your best each day, and trust that your cumulative growth and contributions will be recognized and rewarded in due time. 99. Never take anything personally. It means to maintain a healthy sense of detachment and perspective when faced with criticism, rejection, or conflict, and to recognize that others' actions and opinions are often more reflective of their own issues and projections than of your inherent worth or abilities. For instance, if a customer or client is rude or dismissive towards you, choose to respond with professionalism and empathy, rather than taking the interaction as a personal affront or failure. 100. Survive your thoughts to survive anything. It means that your mindset and inner dialogue have a profound impact on your resilience, adaptability, and overall well-being, and that cultivating mental strength and flexibility is key to navigating life's ups and downs. A real-life application is when facing a major setback or disappointment, like a job loss or relationship breakup. Practice reframing negative self-talk and catastrophic thinking into more realistic and hopeful perspectives, and focus on the resources and options you still have available to cope and move forward. Have you ever wondered how some people stay calm in the eye of the storm, while the rest of us can barely stand up in a breeze? Today, we're diving into the secret world of Stoic women, silent warriors of serenity, and discovering how they turn storms into gentle breezes. This isn't just another video, it's a key that can unlock a strength within you that you didn't even know existed. Imagine a woman who faces life's fiercest challenges with unwavering calmness, whose presence alone can turn chaos into order. These are the Stoic women, figures who break with conventional expectations and invite us to dive into an ocean of ancient wisdom. They are beacons in the storm, remaining firm, controlled, and serene, even when life's waves try to knock them down. In this journey, we'll uncover the virtues that make these women so fascinating and admirable. From self-confidence and direct communication to adaptability and compassion, each virtue we explore is a vital tool for navigating the tumultuous seas of everyday life. We'll delve into vivid examples that illustrate how these qualities manifest in real-world scenarios, offering you insights that can transform your own life. So are you ready to embark on this adventure of self-discovery and exploration? Let's unravel the secrets of these extraordinary women, understand how they apply Stoic teachings in their lives, and perhaps find inspiration to tread our own path with more wisdom, resilience, and independence. 1. Enigmatic nature, a mysterious aura that invites deeper understanding. Stoic women possess an enigmatic nature that captures attention and curiosity. Their presence exudes a calm strength, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to shout for recognition. Picture a serene lake at dawn. Its surface is still, reflecting the sky's colors. Yet beneath the calm water lies a world of depth and activity. Similarly, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura invites others to look closer, to seek understanding beyond the obvious. Take, for instance, a woman named Emma. At work, she remains composed and focused, even during high-pressure meetings. She listens more than she speaks, and when she does contribute, her words are thoughtful and impactful. Her colleagues often find themselves pondering her insights long after the meeting has ended. Emma's calm demeanor and measured responses make her an intriguing figure. People are drawn to her not because she demands attention, but because she naturally commands it. This enigmatic quality is not about being aloof or distant. It's about cultivating a presence that encourages others to engage more deeply. Emma's co-workers feel a sense of peace and clarity when working with her, even when tackling complex projects. Her ability to remain steady and introspective amidst chaos creates a stabilizing force in her team. Furthermore, Emma's enigmatic nature fosters an environment where meaningful connections can flourish. Her colleagues feel comfortable approaching her for advice, knowing she will listen without judgment and offer thoughtful guidance. This creates a culture of trust and mutual respect, where people are encouraged to be their authentic selves. In essence, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura is a powerful tool that not only sets her apart, but also invites those around her to explore their own depths, leading to richer and more profound interactions. 2. Inner peace and mindfulness, maintaining calm and centered state. Stoic women practice mindfulness and cultivate inner peace by focusing on the present moment and letting go of things outside their control. Imagine Sarah, who, despite juggling a demanding job and family responsibilities, remains calm and composed. Every morning she spends a few minutes in meditation, grounding herself in the present. This practice allows her to approach each day with clarity and serenity. During a particularly stressful workday, when deadlines loom and pressure mounts, Sarah maintains her composure. Her colleagues, frazzled and anxious, notice her calm demeanor and are inspired to take a step back and breathe. Sarah's ability to stay centered amidst chaos becomes a beacon of tranquility, illustrating how mindfulness can transform stress into manageable tasks. 3. Natural leadership, leading by example. Stoic women lead by example, inspiring others through their integrity and strength. Consider Maria, a project manager known for her unwavering ethical standards. She consistently delivers results and treats her team with respect and fairness. Her leadership style is not about exerting power, but about fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Maria's team flourishes under her guidance. When faced with a challenging project, her calm and rational approach helps the team navigate obstacles with confidence. Her ability to remain level-headed and decisive, even under pressure, instills trust and loyalty. Maria's leadership proves that true influence comes from example, not authority. 4. Self-confidence, an inner compass. A Stoic woman's self-confidence is rooted in deep self-knowledge and acceptance. Take Anna, who, despite facing numerous rejections in her career as a writer, remains confident in her abilities. She understands her worth and is not swayed by external opinions. Anna's self-assurance stems from her dedication to honing her craft and her belief in her unique voice. When Anna finally publishes her book, it receives critical acclaim. Her journey illustrates the self-confidence, when anchored in genuine self-awareness, becomes an unshakable foundation that guides one through life's uncertainties. 5. Non-judgmental approach, listening and understanding. Stoic women listen and understand without haste, making them valued confidence. Imagine Lydia, who is often sought out by friends and colleagues for her ability to listen without rushing to judgment. When a friend confides in her about a personal dilemma, Lydia listens attentively, offering empathy and thoughtful advice without imposing her own opinions. This non-judgmental approach creates a safe space for others to share their thoughts and feelings. Lydia's friends appreciate her ability to understand complex situations without jumping to conclusions, fostering deeper and more meaningful relationships. 6. Strength in adversity, accepting and growing. Stoic women accept and grow from struggles, demonstrating resilience. Think of Emily, who faces a significant personal setback when her business fails. Instead of succumbing to despair, she views the failure as a learning opportunity. Emily analyzes what went wrong, learns from her mistakes, and starts anew with greater wisdom and determination. Her resilience becomes a source of inspiration for others facing similar challenges. Emily's story highlights that strength is not about avoiding difficulties, but about embracing them and emerging stronger. 7. Compassion and empathy, balancing emotional strength. Stoic women balance emotional strength with a deep sense of compassion and empathy. Consider Jane, a nurse who works long hours in a busy hospital. Despite the emotional toll of her job, she approaches each patient with genuine compassion. Jane's empathy allows her to connect deeply with those she cares for, offering comfort and support. Her ability to balance her own emotional well-being with the needs of her patients exemplifies the profound impact of compassion in caregiving. Jane's empathy not only aids her patient's recovery, but also enriches her own life with purpose and fulfillment. 8. Aversion to gossip, building community. Stoic women choose words that build rather than destroy, strengthening community bonds. Take Rachel, who refrains from participating in workplace gossip. When colleagues start discussing a contentious rumor, Rachel skillfully redirects the conversation to more positive and productive topics. Her refusal to engage in gossip fosters a more respectful and supportive work environment. Rachel's actions demonstrate that integrity in communication can build stronger, more cohesive communities. 9. Adaptability, adjusting to changes. Stoic women have the ability to adjust to changes and find new paths in times of turbulence. Imagine Lucy, who faces an unexpected career change when her company downsizes. Instead of panicking, Lucy embraces the change as an opportunity to explore new interests and skills. She takes up online courses and eventually transitions into a new field that she finds fulfilling. Lucy's adaptability illustrates that true strength lies not in rigidity, but in the ability to flow with life's changes and find new opportunities in the face of adversity. 10. Direct communication, clarity, and purpose. Stoic women communicate with clarity and purpose, fostering genuine and effective interactions. Consider Megan, who in meetings speaks directly and thoughtfully, ensuring her points are clear and concise. Her colleagues appreciate her straightforwardness, which eliminates misunderstandings and promotes efficiency. Megan's direct communication style builds trust and respect, as her team knows they can rely on her to be honest and transparent. This approach not only enhances teamwork, but also drives progress and innovation. As we wrap up our exploration of Stoic women, their unique virtues stand out as powerful tools for navigating life's challenges. These women, from their enigmatic aura to their unwavering resilience, offer lessons that can profoundly transform our lives. Mindfulness and inner peace help us stay calm amidst chaos. Natural leadership inspires and uplifts without exerting power. Self-confidence shows the value of deep self-awareness and acceptance. A non-judgmental approach fosters deeper connections, while resilience in adversity teaches us to grow from setbacks. Compassion and empathy highlight the importance of caring for others while maintaining emotional strength. An aversion to gossip strengthens community bonds, and adaptability helps navigate life's changes gracefully. Direct communication fosters trust and efficiency, while the balance of emotion and reason reminds us that feeling deeply and thinking clearly are complementary. By integrating these Stoic principles into our lives, we too can face life's storms with wisdom, strength, and grace. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found this exploration valuable, please subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's continue to grow and become a little more stoic each day.
Feeling unloved. Discover what it truly means and how to overcome it. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, love is a thread that weaves through every aspect of our lives. It is the foundation upon which we build our connections, our self-worth, and our understanding of the world. Yet there are times when love seems to elude us, leaving us feeling isolated and incomplete. This absence of love is more than just an emotional void. It is a powerful indicator that reveals deeper truths about ourselves and our lives. In this video, we will explore the profound implications of a lack of love. We will delve into the signs that indicate love's absence, reflect on how it affects our self-esteem and mental health, and examine the impact it has on our relationships. Through the lens of Stoic wisdom, particularly the teachings of Seneca, we will uncover how embracing solitude and focusing on self-improvement can transform this lack into a powerful opportunity for growth. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. Part 1. Understanding the lack of love. To understand the absence of love, we must first define what love truly encompasses. Love is a multifaceted emotion, manifesting in various forms such as romantic love, familial love, friendship, and, most crucially,
self-love. Each form of love plays a vital role in our lives, offering support, connection, and a sense of belonging. When one or more of these forms is absent, it can significantly impact our emotional well-being. Identifying the absence of love in your life involves a keen sense of self-awareness. Do you feel disconnected from those around you? Are you constantly seeking validation and approval from others? Do you struggle with feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy? These are all potential indicators that you may be experiencing a lack of love. It's important to recognize that these feelings are not uncommon, and acknowledging them is the first step towards addressing the underlying issues. A vivid example can be found in the story of Jane, a successful professional who seemed to have everything she needed. Despite her achievements, Jane felt a profound emptiness and a persistent sense of loneliness. She realized that her relationships were superficial, driven by external validation rather than genuine connection. This lack of authentic love led Jane to a critical self-reflection, where she discovered that her self-esteem was heavily reliant on the opinions of others. Drawing from Stoic philosophy, Seneca's teachings emphasize the importance of inner worth and self-contentment. According to Seneca, true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. This principle underscores the need to cultivate self-love and inner strength, as these are the foundations of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Understanding the lack of love requires us to look inward and assess our own lives. It's a call to action, to evaluate our relationships and the role love plays within them. By doing so, we can begin to address the root causes of our feelings of emptiness and take steps towards a more fulfilling and love-filled life. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. The absence of love often mirrors deeper issues related to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we feel unloved, it can be a reflection of how we perceive ourselves and our intrinsic value. This connection between external love and internal self-worth is a pivotal insight that requires introspection and understanding. Self-esteem is the foundation of how we view ourselves and our place in the world. It shapes our interactions, our decisions, and our overall outlook on life. When we lack self-love, it becomes challenging to accept love from others genuinely. This can create a vicious cycle where our need for external validation overshadows our ability to cultivate and appreciate our own self-worth. Consider the story of Mark, a young professional who excelled in his career but constantly felt inadequate in his personal life. Despite his professional achievements, Mark struggled with the feelings of insecurity and unworthiness. His relationships were characterized by a constant need for approval and reassurance. It wasn't until Mark began to reflect on his own self-esteem issues that he realized his lack of self-love was driving his need for external validation. By addressing his self-esteem, Mark started to build healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect and genuine connection. Stoic philosophy, particularly Seneca's teachings, provides valuable insights into this issue. Seneca emphasized that true contentment and self-worth come from within. According to him, we should not rely on external sources for our happiness and sense of self. Instead, we should cultivate an inner resilience and self-appreciation that is independent of others' opinions and actions. This inner strength allows us to navigate the world with confidence and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Reflecting on self-worth means examining our beliefs about ourselves and challenging the negative perceptions that undermine our confidence. It involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing our strengths and understanding that our value is not determined by others, but by our own intrinsic qualities. By fostering a healthy sense of self-worth, we can break the cycle of dependency on external validation and begin to attract and accept genuine love into our lives. Ultimately, the lack of love can serve as a powerful mirror, reflecting our internal struggles with self-esteem. By addressing these issues and embracing the wisdom of self-worth, we can transform our lives and relationships, creating a foundation of love that begins within and extends outward. Part 3. Impact on mental health. The absence of love can have profound effects on our mental health. When we feel unloved, it often manifests as anxiety, depression, and a host of other emotional challenges. These feelings are not just fleeting moments of sadness. They are deep-seated issues that can significantly impact our overall well-being. Anxiety, for example, can stem from the constant fear of rejection and the need for validation. Without a sense of love and support, we might find ourselves in a perpetual state of worry, questioning our worth and fearing abandonment. Depression, on the other hand, often follows the realization that we are not receiving the love and connection we crave. This can lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to find joy in everyday life. Consider the case of Sarah, who always felt like an outsider in her family. Despite her achievements and efforts to connect, she never felt truly loved or appreciated. This lack of familial love led Sarah into a deep depression, where she questioned her worth and purpose. It wasn't until Sarah sought therapy and began addressing her mental health that she could see the patterns in her relationships and work towards healing. Stoic philosophy offers valuable tools for dealing with these emotional challenges. Seneca advised focusing on what is within our control and accepting what is not. This approach helps us manage our emotional responses and maintain inner peace, even in the face of external difficulties. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating resilience, we can better cope with the emotional impacts of feeling unloved. Understanding the impact of a lack of love on mental health underscores the importance of seeking help and support. Therapy, self-help strategies, and building a network of supportive relationships are crucial steps toward healing. By addressing the emotional toll of feeling unloved, we can begin to rebuild our mental health and create a more stable, fulfilling life. Part 4. Evaluating relationships. A lack of love often signals deeper issues within our relationships. Toxic relationships can exacerbate feelings of unworthiness and isolation. Identifying and addressing these unhealthy dynamics is essential for emotional well-being and personal growth. Toxic relationships are characterized by manipulation, control, and a lack of mutual respect. These relationships drain our emotional energy and reinforce negative self-perceptions. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship, such as constant criticism, lack of support, and emotional manipulation, is the first step toward breaking free from its harmful effects. Take the example of David, who was in a long-term relationship with a partner who constantly belittled him and undermined his confidence. Over time, David's self-esteem eroded, and he began to believe he was unworthy of love and respect. By recognizing the toxicity of his relationship and choosing to leave, David embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. He learned to set healthy boundaries and surround himself with people who valued and respected him. Seneca's wisdom teaches us the importance of choosing our companions wisely. According to Stoic principles, we should surround ourselves with individuals who uplift and inspire us, rather than those who bring us down. Setting healthy boundaries and recognizing red flags are crucial steps in fostering positive, supportive relationships. Evaluating our relationships involves honest self-reflection and courage. It means acknowledging when a relationship is detrimental to our well-being and taking steps to change it. By prioritizing our emotional health and seeking relationships built on mutual respect and genuine care, we can create a supportive environment that nurtures love and self-worth. Part 5. Self-improvement and growth. The absence of love presents a unique opportunity for self-improvement and personal growth. Instead of viewing it as a deficit, we can reframe it as a catalyst for positive change and self-discovery. Self-love practices are essential for building a strong foundation of self-worth. These practices include self-care routines, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. By taking time to nurture ourselves, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. Consider the story of Emily, who, after a series of failed relationships, decided to focus on herself. She began a journey of self-improvement, taking up new hobbies, setting career goals, and practicing mindfulness. Through this process, Emily discovered her passions and built a strong sense of self-worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Stoic philosophy encourages us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. By embracing this mindset, we can take proactive steps toward self-improvement. Whether it's through learning new skills, setting personal goals, or practicing gratitude, each step we take towards self-improvement strengthens our sense of self-love and worth. Personal development is a continuous journey. By committing to self-improvement, we not only enhance our own lives, but also attract healthier, more fulfilling relationships. As we grow and evolve, we create a life that reflects our true values and desires. Part 6. Embracing solitude. In our quest for love and connection, we often overlook the value of solitude. Embracing solitude can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It provides us with the space to reflect, recharge, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves. Solitude is not about being lonely. It's about finding peace and contentment within ourselves. It allows us to disconnect from external distractions and focus on our inner world. This introspective time is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Think of John, who, after a painful breakup, decided to spend time alone rather than jumping into another relationship. During this period of solitude, John practiced meditation, journaling, and self-reflection. He discovered his passions, set new goals, and built a strong sense of self-worth. When he was ready to enter a new relationship, it was from a place of confidence and self-assurance. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and meditation can help us embrace and benefit from solitude. By focusing on the present moment and cultivating a sense of inner peace, we can find strength and clarity in being alone. This inner tranquility allows us to approach life's challenges with resilience and composure. Embracing solitude means making time for ourselves and valuing our own company. It's about recognizing that our worth is not defined by our relationships but by our own intrinsic qualities. By finding contentment within ourselves, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and confidence. In conclusion, the lack of love can be a profound indicator of deeper issues within ourselves and our lives. By understanding and addressing these issues, we can transform this absence into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Reflecting on our self-worth, evaluating our relationships, and embracing solitude are essential steps in this journey. As we navigate this path, let us draw upon the wisdom of Stoic philosophy to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By focusing on what we can control and finding contentment within ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in love and fulfillment. Remember, the journey of self-discovery and growth is continuous. Each step we take brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and a more fulfilling life. Let us embrace this journey with courage and wisdom, turning the lack of love into a catalyst for profound personal transformation.
Ever wondered if you're overlooking crucial signs in your relationship that suggest it's time to walk away? Relationships are complex, and sometimes it's hard to see the red flags when you're emotionally invested. Imagine if you had a guide to help you recognize these signs and make informed decisions for your well-being. In this video, we delve into the wisdom of Stoicism to uncover 15 critical insights that can help you determine when it's wise to end a relationship. These timeless principles will empower you to prioritize your self-respect and emotional health, ensuring you only invest in relationships that truly enrich a life. Let's explore these insights together, starting with a common but often overlooked red flag: controlling behavior. Number 1, controlling behavior. If your partner demands you give up your hobbies or friends, it's a red flag for controlling behavior. In a healthy relationship, both partners should feel free to pursue their interests and maintain their social connections. Imagine you're passionate about playing basketball with your friends every Saturday. It's your time to unwind, stay fit, and socialize. However, your partner constantly complains about this hobby, insisting that you should spend Saturdays with them instead. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd spend more time with me on weekends," or "Your friends are a bad influence on you." This kind of behavior is not just about them wanting to spend more time together. It's about control. Over time, you might find yourself isolated, having given up not only basketball, but also other hobbies and friendships that were important to you. Your world shrinks to revolve solely around them, and this can lead to resentment and a loss of personal identity. For example, consider John's story. John loved playing the guitar and often jammed with his band. His girlfriend, however, didn't like the time he spent away from her and demanded he quit the band. Reluctantly, John agreed, but he soon found himself feeling trapped and unhappy. The relationship eventually ended because John realized he had sacrificed too much of himself to appease his partner. A controlling partner's demands can erode your sense of self and well-being. It's crucial to recognize these signs early and address them, or if necessary, walk away to preserve your independence and happiness. Number 2, infidelity. Unfaithfulness is a deal breaker, and downplaying it as a one-time mistake is unacceptable. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship. When your partner cheats, it shatters this foundation. For instance, imagine discovering that your partner has been texting and meeting up with someone else. They may brush it off, saying, "It was just a fling. It meant nothing." But infidelity, regardless of how it's framed, is a profound breach of trust and respect. Take Sarah's experience as an example. She found out that her boyfriend had cheated on her during a business trip. When confronted, he dismissed it as a one-time mistake and begged for forgiveness. Despite his apologies, Sarah couldn't shake off the betrayal. Every time he went on another trip, she was consumed by doubt and insecurity. This constant state of anxiety eroded her self-esteem and well-being. Infidelity doesn't just hurt in the moment. Its effects linger, creating a toxic environment filled with suspicion and pain. It's crucial to acknowledge that staying in a relationship after such a betrayal often leads to prolonged emotional suffering. Walking away from an unfaithful partner is essential to preserving your dignity and mental health. Number 3, lack of effort. A partner who makes little to no effort to contribute to the relationship or support you emotionally is not committed. A healthy relationship thrives on mutual effort. Both partners should actively participate in making each other feel valued and supported. Imagine you're always the one planning dates, initiating conversations, and showing interest in your partner's life while they barely reciprocate. This imbalance indicates a lack of genuine commitment. Consider David and Lisa's relationship. David noticed that he was always the one cooking meals, organizing outings, and checking in on Lisa's well-being. Lisa, however, rarely did the same for him. When David brought it up, Lisa dismissed his concerns, saying she was just not good at those things. Over time, David felt unappreciated and exhausted from carrying the weight of the relationship alone. A partner who doesn't put in the effort shows a lack of respect and appreciation for you. Relationships require work from both sides, and if your partner isn't willing to meet you halfway, it's a clear sign that they're not fully invested. It's wise to reconsider your involvement in such a one-sided dynamic. Chai A partner who never takes responsibility and always blames you for issues lacks maturity and the ability to sustain a healthy relationship. Accountability is vital in any relationship. When problems arise, both partners should be willing to acknowledge their part and work towards a solution. If your partner consistently shifts the blame onto you, it shows a lack of maturity and an inability to self-reflect. Imagine you and your partner have a disagreement about finances. Instead of discussing the issue calmly, your partner immediately accuses you of poor money management, despite you both having made financial decisions together. This pattern of blame shifting can create a toxic environment where you feel constantly at fault and undervalued. Take Anna and Mark's story. Whenever an argument arose, Mark would twist the situation to make it seem like Anna's fault, even when it clearly wasn't. Over time, Anna began to doubt herself and her decisions, feeling increasingly powerless in the relationship. A partner who can't own up to their mistakes isn't ready for a mature, healthy relationship. Mutual responsibility is key to resolving conflicts and growing together. If blame shifting is a recurring issue, it may be time to step away and seek a relationship built on mutual respect and accountability. Number 5, frequent lies. Dishonesty, even about minor issues, can indicate deeper trust issues and a lack of integrity. Honesty is the bedrock of trust. When your partner lies, it erodes the trust that binds you. Even small, seemingly insignificant lies can accumulate, leading to a web of deceit that damages the relationship. Consider Emily and Jack's relationship. Jack often lied about small things like where he was or who he was with. Emily initially dismissed these lies as harmless, but over time, she began to feel increasingly suspicious and anxious. Each lie, no matter how small, chipped away at her trust in Jack. Honesty is crucial for a healthy relationship. When lies become a regular occurrence, it signals a deeper issue of integrity and respect. A partner who values you will be honest, even when it's uncomfortable. If dishonesty is a persistent problem, it's essential to reassess the relationship and consider moving on for your peace of mind. Number 6, dismissing feelings. A partner who dismisses your feelings and calls you overly sensitive is not respecting your emotions. Your emotions are valid and deserve to be acknowledged and respected. If your partner dismisses your feelings, it shows a lack of empathy and understanding. Imagine sharing your disappointment about a cancelled date, and your partner responds with, "You're being too sensitive. It's not a big deal." And take Mia's experience. Whenever she expressed her feelings about something that upset her, her boyfriend would dismiss her as overly emotional. He would often say, "You need to toughen up," instead of addressing her concerns. This dismissal made Mia feel unheard and invalidated. A partner who belittles your emotions is not valuing your perspective. It's important to be with someone who listens and empathizes with your feelings. Dismissing emotions can lead to a buildup of resentment and hurt. If your partner consistently invalidates your feelings, it's a sign to consider leaving the relationship for your emotional well-being. Number 7, talking about exes. Frequent mentions of past relationships suggest that your partner might still be hung up on their ex, making you a rebound. Constantly hearing about your partner's ex can be unsettling and indicates unresolved feelings. Imagine cooking dinner together and your partner frequently brings up how their ex used to do things differently. This comparison can make you feel inadequate and undervalued. Consider Tom's situation. His girlfriend often reminisced about her ex, even during intimate moments. She would say things like, "My ex used to take me to this restaurant," making Tom feel like he was constantly being compared. This behavior made Tom question his place in her heart. Talking about exes can signify that your partner hasn't fully moved on. A healthy relationship focuses on the present and future, not the past. If your partner frequently brings up their ex, it might be a sign that they're not ready for a new relationship. It's important to address this issue and, if necessary, walk away to protect your emotional health. Number 8, self-centeredness. If your partner is only interested in themselves and not in your achievements or goals, it's a sign they may not truly care about you. A balanced relationship involves mutual interest and support. If your partner is consistently self-centered, it can feel like your needs and aspirations are ignored. For example, imagine sharing exciting news about a promotion at work, but your partner quickly changes the topic to their own day without acknowledging your achievement. Consider Julia's experience. Whenever she tried to discuss her goals and dreams, her boyfriend would divert the conversation to his interests. He rarely asked about her day or supported her ambitions. Julia felt increasingly neglected and unimportant in the relationship. A self-centered partner fails to provide the emotional support necessary for a healthy relationship. It's essential to be with someone who celebrates your successes and stands by you during challenges. If your partner is only focused on themselves, it's a red flag that they may not truly value the relationship. Number 9, false accusations. Baseless accusations of cheating erode trust and indicate deeper issues in the relationship. Trust is fundamental in any relationship. When your partner accuses you of infidelity without evidence, it shows insecurity and a lack of trust. Imagine being constantly questioned about your whereabouts or who you're talking to, despite having done nothing wrong. Take Rachel's story. Her boyfriend frequently accused her of cheating whenever she spent time with friends or stayed late at work. These accusations were unfounded and stemmed from his own insecurities. The constant need to defend herself made Rachel feel suffocated and mistrusted. Falsy accusations create a toxic environment where you're perpetually on the defensive. Trust should be built on mutual respect and confidence in each other. If your partner's baseless accusations persist, it's a sign of deeper issues that need to be addressed. Sometimes the healthiest choice is to walk away from such a draining situation. Number 10, always busy. If your partner is constantly too busy for you, it indicates a lack of genuine interest in the relationship. Time and attention are crucial for maintaining a strong relationship. If your partner frequently uses their busy schedule as an excuse to avoid spending time with you, it signals a lack of priority. Imagine messaging your partner about meeting up only to receive responses like, "I'm swamped at work," or "maybe next week." Consider Alex's experience. His girlfriend always claimed she was too busy with work and personal commitments to see him. While Alex made time for her, despite his own hectic schedule, she rarely reciprocated. This consistent brush-off made Alex feel unimportant and undervalued. A partner who truly cares will make time for you, no matter how busy they are. It's about finding balance and showing that the relationship matters. If your partner is perpetually unavailable, it's a red flag that their interest might not be as strong as yours. It's important to recognize this and consider whether the relationship is meeting your needs. Number 11, pointing out flaws. Constant criticism from your partner indicates they are not supportive and may hinder your personal growth. Constructive feedback is essential, but constant criticism can be damaging. Imagine your partner frequently pointing out your mistakes and flaws, making you feel inadequate. Instead of focusing on your strengths and encouraging your growth, they highlight your shortcomings, eroding your self-esteem. Consider Leo's experience. His girlfriend often criticized his appearance, career choices, and even his hobbies. Comments like, "You should dress better," or "Why are you still stuck in that dead-end job?" became common. Over time, Leo began to doubt his worth and felt discouraged from pursuing his passions. In a healthy relationship, partners should uplift and support each other. Constantly pointing out flaws shows a lack of respect and appreciation. It's important to feel valued and confident with your partner, not belittled. If you find yourself in a relationship where criticism is frequent and harsh, it may be time to evaluate its impact on your well-being and consider moving on. Number 12, lack of respect. If your partner often disrespects you in public or private, it's a clear sign that they do not value you or the relationship. Respect is fundamental in any relationship. Disrespect can manifest in various ways, such as mocking your opinions, belittling your accomplishments, or ignoring your boundaries. Imagine sharing your thoughts during a discussion only for your partner to roll their eyes and dismiss your perspective. Take Karen's story. Her boyfriend frequently made fun of her in front of their friends, joking about her intelligence and capabilities. Although he claimed it was all in good fun, Karen felt humiliated and devalued. This behavior extended to their private conversations, where he would undermine her decisions and opinions. A partner who respects you will treat you with kindness and consideration, both publicly and privately. Disrespect erodes the foundation of a relationship and can lead to long-term emotional harm. If your partner consistently disrespects you, it's crucial to address the issue and, if necessary, leave the relationship to protect your self-worth. Number 13, inconsistent behavior. If your partner's actions and words frequently contradict each other, it creates confusion and mistrust, signaling an unstable relationship. Consistency in actions and words is key to building trust. Imagine your partner promising to spend more time with you, but repeatedly canceling plans at the last minute without a valid reason. This inconsistency can make you feel unsure about their true intentions and commitment. Consider Nathan's situation. His girlfriend often made grand promises about their future together, but rarely followed through on any of them. She would talk about moving in together or planning trips, but when the time came, she always had excuses. This left Nathan feeling confused and uncertain about the stability of their relationship. Inconsistent behavior can create a sense of instability and mistrust. A reliable partner aligns their actions with their words, providing a stable foundation for the relationship. If you find yourself constantly questioning your partner's intentions due to their inconsistency, it may be a sign that the relationship is not built on solid ground. Number 14, emotional dependency. If your partner relies on you for all their emotional support, it's a sign they need professional help and the relationship is unhealthy. While supporting each other emotionally is important, relying solely on one partner for all emotional needs can be overwhelming. Imagine your partner turning to you for every emotional crisis, expecting you to fix all their problems without seeking help elsewhere. Consider Emma's experience. Her boyfriend constantly depended on her for emotional support, from handling stress at work to dealing with personal insecurities. Emma found herself drained and unable to focus on her own needs. Despite suggesting he seek therapy, he refused, placing all his emotional burdens on her. A balanced relationship involves mutual support while maintaining individual emotional resilience. If your partner's emotional dependency becomes overwhelming, it indicates they may need professional help. It's essential to recognize the limits of what you can provide and ensure your own emotional health is not compromised. Number 15, constant negativity. If your partner is consistently negative or pessimistic, it can drain your energy and affect your well-being. Positivity and optimism are crucial for a healthy relationship. Imagine your partner always focusing on the negatives, complaining about their job, criticizing others, and rarely expressing gratitude or joy. This constant negativity can be exhausting and impact your own outlook on life. Consider Josh's story. His girlfriend was perpetually negative, always finding something to complain about. Whether it was about her day, their plans, or the people around them, her pessimism overshadowed any positive moments they shared. Over time, Josh found himself feeling more anxious and less enthusiastic about their future together. Being with a partner who constantly brings a negative attitude can be draining. It's important to surround yourself with positivity and support. If your partner's negativity is affecting your mental and emotional well-being, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and consider moving on to preserve your happiness. In conclusion, maintaining self-respect and seeking a supportive partner is crucial for a healthy and fulfilling relationship. Recognizing these red flags early on can save you from prolonged emotional distress and help you make informed decisions about your relationship. Remember, a relationship should enhance your life, not drain it. If these red flags appear, it's wise to consider walking away to protect your well-being and happiness. Never beg for love and have everything naturally with Stoic wisdom. Have you ever felt like you're chasing love, only to end up feeling lost and unfulfilled? Imagine if, instead of seeking validation from others, you became the star of your own emotional solar system, effortlessly attracting genuine connections. not begging for affection, transforms you into a beacon of confidence and self-assurance, naturally drawing admirers into your orbit. In this video, we will delve into the mysteries of love through the lens of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By embracing Stoic principles, you can transform your quest for meaningful connections into a graceful dance of trust, self-esteem, and self-awareness. We'll explore how each choice we make shapes our path, and how, just like stars, we too can evolve towards our brightest selves, attracting and maintaining authentic relationships. Stay with us as we unravel these insights, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and watch till the end for all the valuable content. Number 1. The nature of genuine love. Genuine love is a commitment, a conscious choice to nurture and grow with another person. It is not something that simply blossoms out of nowhere. Rather, it is more like a garden that you need to cultivate carefully. This garden requires constant work, unwavering dedication, patience, time, and above all, trust. True love demands that you be your authentic self, embracing your strengths and acknowledging your flaws. It is about understanding and appreciating the character and value of the other person, admiring not just who they are today, but also who they are becoming. This form of love aligns perfectly with Stoic principles, where self-awareness and inner strength play pivotal roles. Imagine a garden where each plant represents a facet of your relationship. Some plants require daily watering and sunlight, while others thrive with minimal intervention. Similarly, love needs consistent effort, honest communication, and shared experiences to grow. Neglecting any part of this garden results in withering, just as neglect in a relationship leads to disconnection and dissatisfaction. The work is continuous, but the rewards are immense. A thriving, beautiful garden that stands as a testament to your dedication. True love also involves embracing imperfections. We are all flawed beings, and genuine love sees beyond these flaws, focusing instead on growth and potential. This perspective echoes Stoic teachings on self-improvement and resilience. By acknowledging our imperfections and striving to improve, we foster a relationship environment that encourages mutual growth and understanding. In this journey, patience is your ally, and honesty is your guide. Patience allows you to weather the storms of misunderstanding and conflict, while honesty ensures that your relationship remains grounded in reality. As you invest in your personal growth, you simultaneously nurture the relationship, allowing it to flourish naturally. This mutual development leads to a deeper connection, fostering a bond that withstands the test of time and adversity. Genuine love, much like a well-tended garden, requires effort, but offers profound beauty and fulfillment in return. In this steadfast commitment lies the essence of true love, unwavering, nurturing, and ever-growing. Number 2, understanding love through Stoicism. Stoicism, though not specifically focused on romantic relationships, offers profound insights that can guide us in our quest for meaningful connections. By using Stoic principles, we learn to approach relationships with logic rather than sentimentality. This perspective helps us recognize and interpret patterns shaping our choice of a life partner, making us better prepared to achieve our life goals. Love, from a Stoic viewpoint, is not a spontaneous or purely emotional phenomenon. Instead, it is a conscious decision to build a life with someone who harmonizes with us at a fundamental level. To apply this wisdom, we must demystify the concept of love at first sight, a romanticized idea often linked to physical attraction and elusive chemistry. True love, as Stoics understand, is cultivated with care and intention, Much like a well-tended garden, it is grounded in reality, not fantasy. This grounded approach allows us to see our partners clearly, appreciating their strengths and understanding their flaws, while fostering a connection based on mutual respect and shared values. This realistic perspective helps in forming relationships that are both resilient and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. In relationships, this means recognizing that while we cannot control our partner's actions or feelings, we can control our responses and efforts. This focus on personal responsibility encourages a balanced, equitable partnership where both individuals contribute to the relationship's success. By acknowledging the impermanence of emotions and the importance of rational decision-making, Stoics provide a framework for building lasting, meaningful connections. By embracing Stoic principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. This approach leads to deeper, more fulfilling connections that enhance our personal growth and happiness. Love, seen through the lens of Stoicism, becomes a deliberate and enriching part of our lives, helping us achieve harmony and purpose in our most important relationships. Number 3, key components of true love. True love is an intricate dance of mutual respect, commitment, and appreciation. It goes beyond mere physical attraction or fleeting emotions. It is about seeing and valuing the essence of the other person, respecting their journey, and supporting their growth. This kind of love requires you to admire and appreciate not only who your partner is today, but also who they aspire to become. In Stoic philosophy, love is a reflection of virtue, where the relationship is built on the pillars of honesty, integrity, and shared values. In true love, the connection between partners is rooted in mutual respect and a deep understanding of each other's character. This connection is not swayed by superficial qualities, but is built on a solid foundation of shared principles and life goals. By focusing on inner beauty and character, we create a lasting bond that endures the challenges of time. True love, in its purest form, is about a deep connection that remains solid and vibrant despite the passing years. It is a partnership where both individuals grow together, supporting and uplifting each other, leading to a life of shared happiness and fulfillment. It's essential to differentiate true love from obsession or simple physical attraction, as these can lead to toxic and problematic relationships. Obsession often stems from insecurity and a desire to possess, while true love is about freedom and mutual respect. In true love, there is no room for control or manipulation. Instead, it thrives on trust and open communication. By embracing these principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. In a world often obsessed with external appearances, it's crucial to remember that true love looks beyond the surface. It values the essence of a person, their virtues, and their potential. This Stoic approach to love ensures that our relationships are grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 4, practicing reciprocity. Reciprocity is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. It involves a mutual exchange of respect, care, and appreciation. In Stoic terms, reciprocity is about returning the good we receive from others, acting justly and generously. It is an essential virtue for living harmoniously in society and is equally vital in romantic relationships. By practicing reciprocity, we express our gratitude and recognition for the other person, thereby strengthening the bonds that hold us together. In a romantic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being. creating a balanced and nurturing environment. It is about giving as much as you receive, fostering a sense of equality and mutual support. This practice promotes harmony and cooperation, ensuring that both partners feel valued and respected. In a Stoic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. Reciprocity is not just about grand gestures. It is found in everyday acts of kindness and consideration. It involves listening attentively, offering support during tough times, and celebrating each other's successes. This approach not only strengthens the relationship, but also contributes to personal growth and self-awareness. By embracing reciprocity, we cultivate a partnership that is built on trust, respect, and a shared commitment to each other's happiness and fulfillment. When both partners practice reciprocity, the relationship flourishes. Each act of kindness and support reinforces the bond, creating a positive cycle of giving and receiving. This mutual exchange nurtures the relationship, making it more resilient to challenges and enriching both partners' lives. Reciprocity, therefore, is a fundamental component of true love, ensuring that both individuals feel valued and appreciated. Number 5, managing relationship challenges. Relationships are not without their challenges, and managing them requires wisdom and resilience. It is crucial to preserve your self-respect and recognize when it is time to move on. If a relationship consistently brings pain and the other person is unwilling to change despite honest communication, it may be time to let go. Remember, your well-being and happiness are paramount. Time has a wonderful ability to heal even the deepest wounds, and while scars may remain, the damage is not eternal. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This principle is invaluable in navigating the end of a relationship. It encourages us to hold our heads high, learn from the experience, and continue our journey with greater wisdom. You have the power to decide how to react to a breakup, choosing to move forward with dignity and strength. Embrace the lessons learned and allow yourself to grow from them, knowing that each ending brings the potential for a new beginning. Facing relationship challenges with a Stoic mindset means accepting that pain and difficulty are part of life. These experiences are opportunities for growth and self-discovery. By maintaining our composure and focusing on our personal development, we can navigate these challenges with grace and resilience. This approach helps us emerge stronger and more self-aware, ready to embrace future relationships with a renewed sense of purpose and understanding. It is essential to communicate openly and honestly with your partner when facing difficulties. By addressing issues directly and constructively, you create an environment where problems can be resolved and the relationship can grow stronger. If, despite your best efforts, the relationship cannot be salvaged, remember that ending it may be the healthiest choice for both parties. This decision should be made with compassion and respect, allowing both individuals to move forward positively. Number 6, choosing a life partner. Choosing a life partner is one of the most significant decisions you will make. It is essential to look beyond physical appearance and seek a deeper connection based on shared values and mutual respect. Physical beauty is fleeting, but the qualities that matter, intelligence, integrity, and the ability to be a true companion, endure over time. A Stoic approach to choosing a partner involves focusing on inner beauty and character, qualities that will support a lasting and healthy relationship. Seek someone who can become your best friend, your trusted advisor, and your solid support in times of adversity. This connection should be one that remains vibrant despite the passing years. rooted in mutual understanding and respect. Avoid the obsession with finding the physically perfect person, and instead channel your energy into finding a partner who stands out for their character and the potential to grow with you. This approach will lead to a fulfilling and enduring partnership where both individuals support and uplift each other, creating a life of shared happiness and growth. In choosing a life partner, it is vital to consider their values and how they align with your own. Shared values create a strong foundation for a relationship, ensuring that both partners are moving in the same direction and supporting each other's goals. This alignment fosters a sense of unity and purpose, making it easier to navigate life's challenges together. Additionally, look for a partner who embodies the virtues you admire. These virtues might include kindness, honesty, humility, and perseverance. By surrounding yourself with someone who reflects these qualities, you create an environment that encourages your own growth and development. This mutual influence leads to a more fulfilling and enriching relationship. Ultimately, the goal is to find a partner with whom you can build a life based on mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to personal and collective growth. This Stoic approach to choosing a life partner ensures that your relationship is grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 7. Examples of Stoic relationships. Marcus Aurelius and his wife Faustina exemplify a Stoic relationship built on mutual respect, support, and shared values. Their partnership was a testament to the principles of Stoicism, where love is a conscious commitment to nurture and grow together. Despite the pressures of ruling an empire and facing personal losses, Marcus Aurelius found solace and strength in his relationship with Faustina. They practiced temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom, the cardinal virtues of Stoicism, not only in their governance, but also in their personal lives. Their relationship was not without challenges and rumors, but Marcus Aurelius defended their bond with unwavering faith and loyalty. This steadfastness is a reflection of Stoic moral courage and the value of true love. By choosing a partner based on character and integrity, and by supporting each other through adversity, they created a relationship that was both powerful and enduring. Their example teaches us that true love, from a Stoic perspective, is a choice rooted in virtue and mutual respect, leading to a life of shared growth and fulfillment. In the journey of love, embracing Stoic principles can transform your relationships into sources of strength and personal growth. By being true to yourself, practicing reciprocity, and choosing partners based on character and shared values, you lay the foundation for a fulfilling and enduring connection. Remember, your well-being and happiness are deeply intertwined with the relationships you cultivate. As you apply these insights, you'll find that love becomes a beacon of stability and wisdom in your life. If you've found this exploration of Stoic love insightful, I invite you to join our community of wisdom seekers. Like this video to show your support, subscribe to our channel for more content on cultivating wisdom and happiness, and share your own experiences in the comments below. Your journey towards a brighter, more fulfilling life begins with a single step. Stay strong, stay focused, and continue to grow with us. See you in the next video. A lack of friends indicates what? Have you ever felt the sting of loneliness, wondering why meaningful friendships seem so elusive? In a world bustling with social media connections, the lack of true friends can be a perplexing and painful experience. What if the answer lies not in the quantity of people around you, but in the depths of ancient wisdom? In this video, we delve into the timeless teachings of Stoicism to uncover the profound truths about friendships. We'll explore how trust issues, social skills, and life circumstances intertwine to shape our social world. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we will reveal practical strategies to build authentic and meaningful relationships, even in the face of modern challenges. Prepare to embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, guided by the principles of Stoic wisdom. Let's uncover how a lack of friends might be more about the invisible barriers within us and how we can break free from them to cultivate deeper, more fulfilling connections. Number 1, mental well-being. In the intricate dance of human connections, our mental well-being plays a pivotal role. Stoic philosophy offers profound insights for those grappling with mental health challenges that hinder the formation of friendships. The Stoics emphasize the interconnectedness of the mind and body, recognizing that a healthy mind contributes to a flourishing life, including the capacity to form and nurture friendships. When facing conditions like anxiety or depression, Stoics advocate developing resilience through philosophical practices. This involves cultivating inner strength that enables individuals to navigate the ebb and flow of emotions, fostering a stable foundation for both personal well-being and social connections. Mindfulness and meditation are integral to Stoic practices, helping individuals manage mental health by practicing present moment awareness. This allows them to confront and overcome negative thought patterns, enabling more authentic social interactions. Stoicism champions tranquility as an ultimate goal. Those navigating mental health challenges can find solace in Stoic principles prioritizing inner peace. By embracing Stoic virtues, individuals forge a path to tranquility, creating an environment conducive to cultivating and sustaining meaningful friendships. A Stoic approach to mental well-being thus serves as a guiding light, leading to deeper, more resilient connections. Number 2, common human values. In the tapestry of human relationships, common values, emotions, and experiences form the foundation upon which genuine connections are built. Stoicism encourages us to focus on these universal aspects, transcending specific interests to forge meaningful bonds. While individual interests may differ, the Stoic approach emphasizes the shared human condition, highlighting the importance of empathy and understanding. By embracing the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, we learn to appreciate the diversity of human interests. This perspective fosters tranquility and allows us to see differences as opportunities for growth rather than barriers. Stoics advocate for adaptability, encouraging us to step out of our comfort zones and explore new passions, thereby expanding our horizons and potential for friendships. In social interactions, emphasizing shared values such as honesty, integrity, and compassion can bridge gaps created by differing interests. This Stoic focus on virtues helps build trust and mutual respect, essential elements for enduring relationships. By nurturing these foundational elements, we cultivate connections that withstand the test of time, enriching our journey through life. Number 3, life as a journey. Imagine life as a journey where each person is an island, and friendships are the bridges connecting these individual universes. This metaphor beautifully encapsulates the Stoic view of human connections. A lack of friendships can often signify not just the absence of company, but a deeper issue of trust, creating invisible barriers between us. The Stoics teach us that life is a continuous journey of self-discovery and growth. As we navigate this journey, the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our path. Trust is the bedrock of these relationships, and its absence can lead to isolation and loneliness. Thus, cultivating trust becomes essential in building these vital bridges. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who value and positively contribute to our lives. Genuine connections are formed through mutual respect, trust, and shared values. By seeking quality over quantity in our friendships, we ensure that our social interactions enrich our lives, making us stronger and more resilient. Embrace the Stoic perspective that friendships are integral to our journey. By fostering trust and genuine connections, we create a network of support that enhances our personal growth and enriches our experience of life. Number 4, adaptability. Adaptability is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, especially in the context of human relationships. Life is a dynamic tapestry where change is the only constant. Embracing this Stoic principle allows us to navigate the complexities of friendships with grace and resilience, cultivating a mindset that welcomes new passions and stepping out of comfort zones, fosters personal growth, and expands our potential for connections. The Stoics teach that adaptability involves accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our responses. In friendships, this means being open to new experiences and perspectives. By doing so, we not only enrich our own lives, but also demonstrate a willingness to grow and evolve, which is attractive to others. When faced with differing interests or life circumstances, adaptability enables us to find common ground. This Stoic approach encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for growth, fostering deeper, more meaningful connections. By practicing adaptability, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, embracing its ebbs and flows with equanimity. Incorporate the Stoic virtue of adaptability in your relationships. It will not only enhance your personal development, but also create a fertile ground for lasting and fulfilling friendships. Number 5, quality over quantity. In the pursuit of friendships, the Stoic philosophy advocates for valuing quality over quantity. Genuine, meaningful connections enrich our lives far more than numerous superficial ones. This perspective aligns with the Stoic emphasis on virtue and authenticity in all aspects of life. A smaller social circle is not inherently a problem. In fact, it often reflects a focus on deeper, more substantial relationships. The Stoics teach us to seek out individuals who share our values and contribute positively to our growth. By surrounding ourselves with such people, we create a support system that enhances our resilience and well-being. Quantity does not equate to quality. Numerous acquaintances cannot provide the same level of support and understanding as a few true friends. By prioritizing quality, we ensure that our social interactions are meaningful and enriching. This Stoic approach to friendships fosters a sense of tranquility and satisfaction, as we know we are investing our time and energy in relationships that truly matter. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of valuing quality over quantity in your friendships. Focus on nurturing genuine connections that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and happiness. Number 6, trust issues. In the intricate dance of human connections, trust issues can cast a shadow over the prospect of forming close friendships. Stoicism provides a path to navigate these challenges gracefully, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and virtue in building trust. Before extending trust to others, the Stoics advocate for a deep understanding of oneself. Reflecting on your values, expectations, and vulnerabilities is essential. This self-awareness helps identify the sources of trust-related apprehensions and provides a foundation for more discerning and balanced relationships. Virtue is the guiding light in Stoic decision-making. Focus on qualities such as honesty, integrity, and benevolence when assessing the trustworthiness of others. By aligning your interactions with these virtues, you create a stable framework for building trust. Recognize that external circumstances can influence people's actions, and their behavior may not always align with your expectations. This Stoic acceptance of the unpredictable nature of human interactions fosters emotional resilience, allowing for more rational and considerate decisions in relationships. Incorporate honest and direct communication to address trust issues openly. This aligns with Stoic values and creates an environment conducive to genuine connections. By embracing these Stoic principles, you can build solid foundations for trust and deepen your friendships. Number 7, shyness and introversion. For those naturally inclined towards timidity, forging and sustaining friendships may pose a distinct challenge. However, Stoic philosophy offers a powerful approach to surmounting these obstacles, transforming shyness into a journey of self-discovery and personal growth. The first Stoic lesson for overcoming shyness revolves around self-acceptance. Understanding that some individuals are naturally shy or introverted is crucial. Embrace this aspect of your nature as a momentary part of your journey towards self-awareness. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius teach that accepting who we are is the starting point for any transformation. Stoicism emphasizes the potency of the present, urging us to focus on what is within our grasp, rather than being consumed by anxiety about the future or regrets from the past. In social practice, this means not allowing shyness to imprison us in negative thoughts. By freeing ourselves from expectations and projections, we find the liberty to act according to our principles, unbridled by fear. Empathy is another key Stoic principle. By putting ourselves in others' shoes, we realize everyone carries internal battles and insecurities. This awareness liberates us from self-absorption and enables more authentic and compassionate interactions. Focus on genuine human connections rather than how you are perceived, and you will build more meaningful relationships. Number 8, virtuous social prioritization. In the busy rhythm of modern life, it is essential to prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. The Stoics teach that meaningful connections are built on shared values and mutual respect, which are crucial for a flourishing life. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections instead of spreading yourself thin. Stoics value deep, authentic friendships, considering them essential for personal growth and well-being. By investing in relationships that align with your values, you ensure that your social interactions contribute positively to your life. This Stoic approach to social prioritization involves deliberate and mindful choices about the company you keep. Engage with individuals who support your growth and reflect your principles. This not only enhances your character, but also fosters a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate efficient time management, another Stoic virtue, to balance responsibilities and social interactions. Prioritize activities that contribute to personal and social flourishing, aligning daily choices with the goal of a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Adopt the Stoic wisdom of virtuous social prioritization. Focus on the quality of your connections, nurturing relationships that enrich your life and support your journey towards self-improvement and resilience. Number 9, self-reflection. Life transitions offer opportune moments for mindful reflection, a practice deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. During these times of change, introspection can guide your social choices and help navigate new environments with wisdom and grace. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness in all aspects of life. Reflect on your values, aspirations, and the kind of relationships you seek. This process helps clarify your social priorities and align them with your personal growth and well-being. By understanding your core principles, you can make more deliberate and meaningful connections. Introspective practices allow you to adapt to changing circumstances with a stoic mindset. Embrace the natural ebb and flow of life, recognizing that transitions often bring new opportunities for growth. By reflecting on past experiences, you gain insights that inform your future interactions and decisions. Use these moments of reflection to assess your social circle and identify relationships that align with your values. This stoic approach ensures that your connections are genuine and supportive, fostering a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate self-reflection as a guiding light in your journey. It will help you navigate life's transitions with wisdom, ensuring that your social choices contribute to a meaningful and flourishing life. Number 10, social skills. Developing social skills is a gradual process, and the Stoic philosophy offers valuable guidance in this journey. Embrace yourself wholly, understanding that everyone, regardless of their social prowess, possesses intrinsic value. This foundation sets the stage for genuine connections, free from self-doubt. Stoics emphasize gradual progress in all aspects of life. Apply this principle to the development of social skills by incrementally exposing yourself to different settings. Instead of overwhelming yourself with large gatherings, start with smaller interactions. This approach allows you to build confidence at your own pace, aligning with Stoic notions of measured growth. Focus on virtues like kindness, empathy, and understanding in your interactions. By infusing these qualities into your social encounters, you not only enhance your character, but also contribute positively to the social dynamic. Ask questions, show interest in others' perspectives, and foster an environment of open dialogue. Genuine curiosity enriches your understanding of others and paves the way for authentic connections. Practice positive affirmations aligned with Stoic principles. Focus on your strengths, acknowledge your worth, and approach social situations with self-assuredness. If faced with rejection or awkward moments, respond with Stoic grace, understanding that external events are beyond your control, but your response is within your grasp. Number 11, differences in interests. Differences in interests can sometimes weave a pattern of isolation, contributing to a lack of friendships. Stoicism provides a guiding light on how to bridge these gaps and foster meaningful connections. The Stoics encourage us to accept the inherent diversity of human interests. Rather than viewing differences as barriers, see them as opportunities for growth. Embrace the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, finding tranquility in understanding that not everyone shares the same interests. Adaptability is key. Cultivate a mindset that appreciates novelty and welcomes the opportunity to explore new passions. This Stoic adaptability encourages stepping out of comfort zones, fostering personal growth and expanding the scope of potential friendships. Focus on what unites us as human beings, shared values, emotions, and fundamental experiences. These common grounds provide a solid foundation for genuine connections that transcend specific interests. Approach others with genuine curiosity, seeking to understand and appreciate their passions. This not only expands your horizons, but also lays the groundwork for authentic connections. The Stoic friendship triad comprises goodwill, shared values, and mutual understanding. By nurturing these foundational elements, you can overcome the barriers posed by differing interests and cultivate lasting and meaningful connections. Number 12, lack of social opportunities. A perceived lack of social opportunities can be a significant barrier to forming connections. However, Stoic philosophy with its emphasis on virtue, resilience, and practical wisdom, provides a compass to navigate and transcend these circumstances. Engage in community volunteering, as Stoicism places great importance on contributing to the greater good. Volunteering aligns with Stoic virtues and introduces you to like-minded individuals. Participating in local cleanup initiatives, supporting charitable events, or volunteering at community centers creates shared experiences and opportunities for connection. Attend workshops or seminars related to your field of work. This not only enhances your professional skills, but also exposes you to professionals who may share common goals and values. Organize or participate in outdoor activities like hiking, biking, or group exercises. These environments provide a relaxed setting for interaction, allowing connections to form organically amidst the beauty of the natural world. Join forums or groups dedicated to your interests and actively participate in discussions. This can lead to meaningful connections and, in some cases, transition to in-person meetups. Practice Stoic gratitude by appreciating the connections you already have, cultivating a positive mindset that attracts new ones. Number 13, Stoic detachment. Stoic detachment is a powerful tool in managing the natural ebb and flow of friendships. As circumstances shift, friendships may naturally loosen. Recognizing this with a Stoic mindset helps us appreciate that change is an inherent part of the human experience, not a reflection of personal failure or inadequacy. Healthy detachment involves accepting what is beyond our control, including the intricate dynamics of relationships. This perspective fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing us to navigate changes with grace. When friendships evolve or drift apart, view these transitions through the lens of Stoic wisdom, understanding that such shifts are part of life's natural progression. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on what is within our control, our actions, responses, and choices. By maintaining this focus, we can adapt to changing social landscapes without being overwhelmed by emotions. This approach not only preserves our inner peace, but also allows us to engage with others authentically and meaningfully. Embrace Stoic detachment as a guiding principle in your relationships. It will help you navigate the ebbs and flows of friendships with wisdom and tranquility, fostering a more resilient and fulfilling social life. Number 14, lifestyle choices. In the bustling rhythm of modern life, lifestyle choices can significantly impact our social interactions. Whether it's a hectic schedule or a preference for solitary activities, Stoicism provides valuable insights on how to navigate these choices while fostering meaningful connections. Stoics encourage scrutinizing our priorities to ensure they align with our core values and the pursuit of meaningful connections. A demanding schedule might limit social interactions, but deliberate time management can help balance responsibilities and social engagement. By intentionally setting aside moments for social interactions, individuals can transcend the constraints of a busy lifestyle. Prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. This means making conscious choices about the company we keep, focusing on relationships that align with our values. Efficient time management, a Stoic virtue, involves optimizing schedules for both productivity and social interactions, contributing to personal and social flourishing. Incorporate Stoic principles in your lifestyle choices to foster a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Deliberately carve out time for meaningful social engagements, ensuring that your interactions enrich your life and support your journey toward personal growth and resilience. Number 15, changing circumstances. Relationships, like the tides, undergo shifts during life. Transitions. Recognizing the fluidity of these dynamics is essential, and Stoicism provides a framework to navigate these changes with wisdom and grace. Embrace the understanding that change is an inherent part of the human experience. As career ambitions soar or familial responsibilities take center stage, accept these seasons stoically. Understand that the ebb and flow of life's demands impact not only your schedule, but also the nature of your social interactions. Stoicism emphasizes virtuous adaptation in the face of shifting priorities. Infuse career or family commitments with Stoic virtues such as wisdom, courage, and justice. Strive for excellence in every facet of life, including professional and familial spheres. Stoicism places a premium on the quality of relationships over their quantity. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections. Approach life transitions with a Stoic mindset, reflecting on your values and aspirations. Use this reflective practice to guide your social choices as you navigate new environments. Embrace the Stoic principle of healthy detachment, recognizing that relationships may naturally loosen during transitions without viewing it as personal failure. Friendship, at its core, is more than just companionship. It's a vital part of our journey toward a fulfilled and resilient life. By embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, we can navigate the complexities of human connections with grace and strength, transforming our social world into one of depth and authenticity. If you found these insights valuable and want to continue exploring the profound teachings of Stoicism, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community, where we delve deep into the wisdom that enriches our lives and empowers us to build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Together, we can cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and true connection. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more transformative content.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is using you that you must know. Have you ever had that sinking feeling that someone in your life is only there for what you can do for them? Maybe it's a friend who only calls when they need a favor, or a partner who seems more interested in what you provide than who you are. If you felt this way, you're not alone. And today, we're uncovering the 10 clearest signs that someone is using you. But here's the twist. It's not always obvious when it's happening. Manipulation and selfish behavior often come disguised as flattery, friendship, or even love. You might think you're just being generous, helpful, or kind, but underneath it all, their motives might be far from pure. This list will challenge your assumptions and help you spot the subtle and not so subtle behaviors that reveal someone's true intentions. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these toxic patterns, but also feel empowered to set boundaries and protect yourself. Because the truth is, your time and energy are precious, and no one deserves to drain them for their own gain. Let's dive in and uncover these 10 terrible signs, starting with one you've likely experienced before, but may not have recognized for what it truly is. 1. They only contact you when they need something. Have you ever noticed that someone only texts or calls when they need a favor? It's not a casual, "Hey, how are you doing?" or a friendly check-in, but rather a direct or indirect way to ask for help. Maybe it's borrowing money, asking for advice, or needing a ride. At first you might brush it off, thinking, they're just busy, and everyone needs help sometimes. But over time, you realize that these interactions are one-sided. They're not reaching out because they care about you, but because they need something from you. I've experienced this firsthand. There was a friend I genuinely cared about, someone I thought valued our connection as much as I did. But looking back, I can't recall a single time they contacted me just to talk or share good news. Every message was transactional. Can you help me move this weekend? I'm short on cash. Can you cover me? Or, can you help me with this problem? It was always about what I could do for them. It took me a while to recognize the pattern because I wanted to believe the best about them. This behavior can make you feel like a tool rather than a person. At first, you might excuse it thinking, maybe they're struggling or I'm just being kind. But the truth is, genuine relationships are built on mutual care, not convenience. A real friend will ask how you're doing, even when they don't need anything. They'll celebrate your wins, comfort you during your losses, and invest time and effort into the relationship. Reflecting on these moments, I realized that I was draining myself emotionally and physically for someone who wouldn't even ask, "How was your day?" I started setting boundaries, which wasn't easy but was necessary. If someone truly values you, they'll respect your limits and make an effort to connect beyond their needs. Pay attention to how people show up in your life. If they're always too busy for you, unless they need something, it's time to reassess the relationship. Remember, you're not an on-demand service. You deserve connections where both people show up for each other without strings attached. Life is too short to waste on one-sided relationships. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Relationships thrive on balance. It's not about keeping score, but there's an unspoken understanding in healthy connections that effort should flow both ways. If you're the one always reaching out, making plans, or offering help, and they rarely do the same for you, it's a major red flag. I remember being in a friendship where I did all the heavy lifting. I planned the meetups, initiated conversations, and even made excuses for their lack of involvement. At first, I convinced myself they were just busy or not the planning type. But the truth became hard to ignore. They weren't putting in the same energy I was. When I stopped making the effort, the relationship fizzled out, proving it was entirely one-sided. This dynamic isn't just unfair, it's exhausting. You find yourself questioning your worth, wondering if you're asking for too much, but you're not. True friendships and relationships thrive on mutual care, where both parties want to contribute equally. If you're constantly giving and they're only taking, it's time to reconsider their place in your life. 3. They don't appreciate you. Feeling unappreciated can cut deep. It's not just about wanting a thank you, it's about feeling seen and valued for what you bring to the table. When someone is using you, they often overlook your contributions entirely, treating them as if they're expected rather than earned. For instance, I once went above and beyond for a colleague, covering shifts and staying late to help with their workload. But instead of gratitude, I received indifference. No acknowledgement, no thanks, just more requests for help. It was as if my efforts were invisible. That's when I realized people who are using you rarely show appreciation because in their minds, they're entitled to your help. Over time, this lack of acknowledgement chips away at your self-esteem. You start to feel invisible, like your contributions don't matter, but they do. Real friends, partners and colleagues notice your efforts and express gratitude, not out of obligation, but because they genuinely value you. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. When you finally gather the courage to bring up their behavior, the response can be even more telling. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they twist the situation to make you feel. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Think about the times you've gone out of your way for someone, Whether it's lending a hand when they needed help, always being the one to reach out, or offering your time and energy to support them. Now, think about how they respond when the roles are reversed. Do they meet you with the same willingness and effort, or do they disappear, offering excuses or silence instead of support? I've been in situations where I felt like the glue holding a friendship or relationship together. For example, I had a friend who never initiated plans, but always accepted my invitations. I would check in on them regularly, send thoughtful messages, and even go out of my way to help them during tough times. Yet when I faced a difficult period, their silence was deafening. It wasn't just about their absence during hard times. It was their complete lack of initiative to maintain the relationship when I stopped putting in the effort. What I realized was that reciprocity isn't just about big gestures. It's about the small, everyday signs that someone values you. Do they text first once in a while? Do they make an effort to celebrate your wins, no matter how small? Do they notice when you're not okay and offer support without you having to ask? When someone doesn't do any of these things, it signals that their priority isn't the relationship. It's what they can get from it. One-sided relationships don't just drain your energy. They make you question your worth. You might think, if I just give a little more, maybe they'll appreciate me. But the truth is, people who don't reciprocate aren't likely to change unless they see their behavior as a problem. And that usually doesn't happen unless you set boundaries. The key is to recognize the imbalance and decide how much of your time and energy you're willing to invest. Healthy relationships are partnerships where both people contribute willingly and joyfully. If you're the only one doing the work, it's time to step back and evaluate whether the relationship is truly worth your effort. After all, you deserve connections that leave you feeling supported, valued and cared for, not depleted. 3. They don't appreciate you. When someone truly values you, they'll make an effort to show it, through their words, actions, or even small gestures. But when someone is using you, appreciation becomes almost non-existent. They treat your kindness, support, and effort as if it's their entitlement rather than a gift you've chosen to give. I remember helping a close acquaintance through a rough financial patch. I lent them money, listened to their struggles, and even helped them find some job leads. I didn't expect anything in return except maybe a sincere thank you or acknowledgement of my effort. Instead, they acted as if my help was their due. There was no gratitude, no sense of reciprocity, just an expectation that I'd keep stepping in whenever they needed me. Over time, it felt less like kindness on my part and more like obligation, dictated by their indifference. This lack of appreciation can cut deeply. It makes you feel invisible, as if all the energy you've poured into the relationship goes unnoticed or unvalued. Over time, it can erode your self-worth, leaving you questioning if you're even worth appreciating in the first place. The problem isn't with you, it's with them. People who take others for granted are often too focused on their own needs to recognize the effort and care they're being given. True appreciation isn't just about saying thank you. It's about someone acknowledging your value, treating your time and energy with respect, and showing that they don't take your presence in their life for granted. When someone appreciates you, you feel it, not just in their words, but in how they treat you overall. If you notice someone consistently failing to show appreciation, it's a sign to reevaluate the relationship. Ask yourself, does this person truly value me? Or are they just using me to meet their needs? You deserve to be appreciated for who you are and for everything you bring to the table. Don't settle for less. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is how they react when you try to address the imbalance. Instead of acknowledging your feelings or taking responsibility, they twist the situation to make you feel like the problem. This manipulation, known as gaslighting, can leave you questioning your own perspective and emotions. I remember confronting someone about always taking from the relationship and never giving back. I pointed out how I was the one making all the effort, while they seemed content to just take. Instead of listening, they turned the conversation around, saying things like, "You're overreacting," or "I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person." They made me feel like I was being unreasonable or selfish for even bringing it up. By the end of the conversation, I was the one apologizing, despite the fact that I was the one being taken advantage of. Gaslighting is a powerful tool for manipulators because it makes you doubt yourself. When they frame your concerns as unfair, dramatic, or entirely in your head, you start to believe it. You might think, maybe I'm being too sensitive, or perhaps I misunderstood their intentions. But here's the truth. If you're feeling hurt or used, those feelings are valid. Your emotions are telling you that something isn't right, and they deserve to be heard and respected. A healthy relationship doesn't involve blame shifting or denial. If someone truly values you, they'll listen to your concerns and make an effort to understand your perspective. They won't dismiss your feelings or make you feel guilty for expressing them. Gaslighting, on the other hand, is a way of deflecting responsibility and keeping you in a cycle of doubt and compliance. The next time someone twists your words or invalidates your feelings when you try to have an honest conversation, take a step back. Ask yourself if their reaction is about self-preservation rather than genuine care for you. Trust your instincts and remember, real friends or partners will work through issues with you, not make you feel like you're the issue. Protect your peace and don't let anyone manipulate you into believing you deserve less. 5. They prioritize their needs over yours. A strong relationship involves give and take, where both people's needs are considered and respected. However, when someone is using you, their needs will always take precedence over yours. Your feelings, goals, or struggles become secondary, or worse, irrelevant, in their world. I've had experiences where someone would constantly ask for my time and energy, but never reciprocated when I needed the same. For instance, I had a friend who always needed advice or support whenever they were going through something, and I was happy to help. But when I was facing my own challenges, they were either too busy or entirely uninterested. Conversations would quickly shift back to their problems, leaving me feeling unheard and unsupported. This dynamic often leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. No matter how much you give, it's never enough because their focus is always on themselves. You might even catch them brushing off your concerns with phrases like, "You'll figure it out," or "That's not a big deal." Over time, this pattern becomes a clear sign that they don't truly value you or the relationship. They see you as a resource to fulfill their needs, not as an equal partner. People who prioritize their own needs over yours often disguise their behavior in subtle ways, making you feel guilty for asking for anything in return. They might frame your requests for support as unreasonable or inconvenient, further reinforcing the imbalance. A healthy relationship involves mutual care and respect. Both people should feel heard, valued, and supported, especially during tough times. If someone consistently puts their needs first while ignoring yours, it's time to reevaluate their role in your life. Ask yourself, Do they genuinely care about my well-being, or am I just a means to an end for them? Remember, your needs matter just as much as theirs. Relationships should be a partnership, not a one-way street. Don't let someone make you feel guilty for wanting balance and mutual respect in your connections. You deserve relationships that lift you up, not ones that leave you feeling neglected. 6. They disappear when you need help. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is their sudden absence when you need support. They're quick to call on you for help with their problems, but when the tables turn, they're nowhere to be found. This inconsistency reveals that they're not truly invested in the relationship. They're only there for what they can gain. I've been in situations where I supported someone through countless challenges, offering advice, encouragement, and even practical help. But when I was going through a tough time, they didn't even ask how I was doing. I reached out, hoping for the same level of care I had shown them. But all I got were excuses like, "I'm too busy right now," or no response at all. It felt like I was yelling into an empty void, and it hurt deeply. This type of behavior leaves you feeling isolated and undervalued. It makes you question the authenticity of the relationship, as it becomes clear that their presence in your life was conditional. They were only there for what they could get, not what they could give. In healthy relationships, mutual support is the foundation. Real friends, partners, or family members don't vanish when you need them the most. They might not always have the perfect solution, but they show up, listen, and offer what they can because they genuinely care about you. When someone consistently fails to be there for you, it's a glaring sign that their priorities don't include your well-being. If you find yourself in a relationship where the other person is absent during your struggles, take a step back. Reflect on whether this connection is bringing value to your life or just taking from it. You deserve people who stand by you in both good times and bad, not those who disappear the moment you need a shoulder to lean on. Recognizing this imbalance is the first step toward protecting your energy and surrounding yourself with people who truly care. 7. They exploit your generosity. Generosity is a beautiful trait, but when someone exploits it, it becomes a tool for their benefit rather than a foundation for mutual respect. They might consistently ask for favors, money, or your time, knowing you'll say yes because of your kind nature. The problem isn't your willingness to give. It's their willingness to take without limits or gratitude. I remember having a colleague who always seemed to need just a little help. At first, it was small favors, like covering their shift or helping with a project. I didn't mind because I believed in teamwork, but over time, their requests became bigger and more frequent. They'd say things like, "You're so reliable. I knew you'd do this for me." But they never returned the favor. They never offered to help me when I was swamped, and they didn't even acknowledge the effort I put in. Eventually, I realized they were exploiting my willingness to help while giving nothing in return. This kind of dynamic can leave you feeling drained, resentful, and taken advantage of. You might find yourself saying yes, even when you're overwhelmed, just to avoid conflict or guilt. The truth is, people who exploit your generosity often rely on your discomfort with setting boundaries. They know you'll go the extra mile because you're kind-hearted, and they use that to their advantage. True relationships are built on mutual generosity, where both people give and take in balance. Exploitation, on the other hand, is entirely one-sided. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being taken for granted and to set boundaries to protect yourself. Saying no doesn't make you a bad person. It simply ensures that your energy and resources are being spent on people who genuinely value you. Ask yourself, does this person respect my boundaries, or do they push them to get what they want? If you feel more like a resource than a valued friend, it's time to reassess the relationship. Your generosity is a gift, not a given, and it should be appreciated, not exploited. 8. You feel drained around them. The people in your life should uplift and energize you, not leave you feeling emotionally, mentally, or even physically drained. When someone is using you, their constant demands, negativity, or selfishness can sap your energy, leaving you exhausted after every interaction. I once had a friend who seemed to turn every conversation into a complaint about their life or a request for help. No matter how much I tried to support or cheer them up, it was never enough. They would unload their problems onto me without asking about my day or my struggles. Over time, I noticed a pattern. I felt worse after talking to them, not better. It wasn't just that they needed help. It was that the relationship was entirely focused on them, with no room for my needs or feelings. When someone leaves you feeling drained, it's often because the relationship is imbalanced. You're constantly giving your time, attention, or emotional support, while they take without offering anything in return. This dynamic can make you feel like their emotional dumping ground or problem solver, rather than a valued friend or partner. Pay attention to how you feel after interacting with someone. Do you feel refreshed and supported, or do you feel tired, frustrated, or even resentful? Your emotions are important indicators of the health of your relationships. If someone consistently leaves you feeling depleted, it's a sign that their presence in your life might be more harmful than helpful. Healthy relationships are energizing. Even during tough times, they involve mutual care and support that leave both people feeling understood and valued. If someone is consistently draining you, it's time to set boundaries. Protect your energy and focus on relationships that enrich your life rather than deplete it. You deserve to feel good about the connections you have, not burdened by them. Remember, it's okay to prioritize your well-being over someone else's constant demands. 9. They manipulate you with flattery or guilt. People who use others often rely on manipulation to keep control of the relationship. They might use excessive flattery to make you feel special, or guilt to pressure you into doing things for them. These tactics are not about genuine connection, but about maintaining their advantage over you. I once knew someone who was an expert at this. Whenever they wanted something, they'd start with over-the-top compliments. "You're the only person I can trust with this," or "You're so amazing for always helping me." At first, it felt good to be appreciated, but I began to notice a pattern. The flattery wasn't sincere. It was a setup to get what they wanted. On the other hand, if I ever hesitated to help, they'd quickly pivot to guilt. "I thought you cared about me." Or, "I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own." This emotional manipulation traps you in a cycle of compliance. The flattery makes you feel obligated to help, while the guilt makes you feel bad if you don't. Over time, you might find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do, simply to avoid the guilt or maintain their approval. Recognizing these tactics is key to breaking free from the cycle. Flattery and guilt are tools manipulators use to blur boundaries and keep the focus on their needs. Genuine relationships don't rely on manipulation. They're built on honesty, mutual respect, and understanding. If someone is constantly using these tactics, take a step back and assess the situation. Ask yourself, do they truly care about me, or are they just using emotional manipulation to keep me compliant? Once you see through their behavior, it becomes easier to set boundaries and protect yourself from being used. Remember, you don't owe anyone your time or energy, especially when their methods make you feel uncomfortable or coerced. Stand firm in your worth. You deserve relationships that are based on authenticity, not manipulation. 10. You question their true intentions. One of the most telling signs that someone is using you is the nagging feeling that their intentions aren't genuine. Deep down, you start to sense that their actions are more about what they can gain from you than about a sincere connection. This unease doesn't come out of nowhere. It's your intuition picking up on subtle red flags. I've experienced this in relationships where everything seemed fine on the surface, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. For instance, there was a colleague who was overly friendly whenever they needed my help with a project or a favor. But outside of those moments, they didn't engage with me or show any interest in my life. It became clear that their friendliness wasn't about building a real connection. It was about keeping me close enough to use when it was convenient for them. This kind of behavior often leaves you feeling confused. You might find yourself asking, do they really care about me? Or am I just imagining things? Genuine relationships don't make you question someone's motives repeatedly. When someone values you, their intentions are clear. They want to be in your life because of who you are, not because of what you can provide. If you're constantly questioning their authenticity, it's worth pausing to evaluate the relationship. Are they there for you during your highs and lows, or do they only show up when it benefits them? Do their actions align with their words, or do they make promises they never keep? These questions can help clarify whether their intentions are genuine or self-serving. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Real connections leave you feeling secure and valued, not suspicious or uneasy. Don't ignore those gut feelings. They're often your best guide. You deserve relationships where you don't have to second-guess someone's motives, where the connection is built on mutual care and respect, not on hidden agendas. Prioritize those who show up for you genuinely, and let go of those who make you doubt their true intentions. Today, we are setting out to understand anger, a force that often disrupts our peace and clarity. Anger is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural response that can either consume us or be transformed into something constructive. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, while natural, need not dictate our actions or cloud our judgment. Instead, we can learn to approach anger with wisdom, using it to uncover deeper truths about ourselves. In this session, we'll explore how to meet anger with patience, understanding, and, ultimately, self-mastery. We'll look at practical ways to transform anger into clarity and frustration into insight, allowing us to engage with life's challenges from a place of inner calm and resilience. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from within, and that a truly powerful individual is one who masters themselves, not others. As we go through these principles, I invite you to reflect on how each can guide you toward a more peaceful, fulfilling life. 1. See anger as a signal, not a solution. I've learned that anger often points us towards something deeper, like an unmet need, a boundary crossed, or even a fear lurking beneath the surface. For example, if I'm frustrated with a friend who's consistently late, my anger isn't necessarily about the wait. It's often about feeling disrespected or undervalued. Recognizing this underlying reason helps me to separate the situation from my reaction. Instead of seeing anger as a call to react immediately, I can view it as a reminder to address my needs in a constructive way. This perspective shift takes practice. When I feel anger rise, I pause and ask myself, what is this really about? This simple question can transform anger from a force that clouds judgment into a tool for self-discovery. It encourages me to dig deeper and confront the root issue. Maybe I need to set clearer boundaries, communicate better, or work on my own insecurities. Viewing anger as a signal rather than a solution also makes interactions more productive. Instead of letting anger take control, I take responsibility for understanding and addressing my own needs. This practice has helped me maintain stronger, healthier relationships because I'm not constantly reacting to surface-level frustrations. Instead, I'm tackling the underlying issues, which leads to growth for everyone involved. It's about using anger as a catalyst for change, not as fuel for conflict. 2. Treat patience as a muscle to strengthen. I used to think patience was something you either had or didn't. But Stoic philosophy taught me that patience is a skill, like a muscle you can train and strengthen over time. Imagine waiting in a long line or dealing with traffic. Two situations that used to make me tense up. Instead of getting frustrated, I now see these as little patience workouts. Each time I choose to stay calm, it's like doing a mental rep that builds my patience for bigger challenges. To practice, I start by focusing on my breathing when frustration builds. I'll count each inhale and exhale, letting my mind settle. I might also use the moment to think of something I'm grateful for. For example, if I'm stuck in traffic, I remind myself how lucky I am to have a reliable car or to be heading home to loved ones. It sounds simple, but this shift in focus helps me turn what would have been a stressful moment into a peaceful one. Over time, these small exercises add up, and I've noticed I'm much more patient in situations that used to frustrate me. Whether it's handling delays or managing people who test my limits, patience has become a skill I can lean on. Treating patience as something I can improve has been a game changer, and it's helped me approach life with more ease and resilience. 3. Recognize what's within your control. One of the most transformative Stoic principles is the idea of control. There's so much in life we have zero power over, from other people's behavior to unexpected events. This used to frustrate me endlessly because I felt like things were happening to me. But Stoicism teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our mindset. For instance, if someone acts rudely, it's tempting to take it personally and react in kind. But recognizing that I can't control their behavior, only my response, gives me a new sense of freedom. Instead of feeling like a victim to their actions, I focus on how I choose to react. This shift has been incredibly empowering. I no longer waste energy trying to change things that are beyond my control. Instead, I invest that energy into areas where I can make a real difference, like my own thoughts and behaviors. I also apply this to broader life situations. If a project at work doesn't go as planned, or a trip gets cancelled, I remind myself that while I can't change these outcomes, I can control how I react. Maybe I use that extra time to pursue a hobby or spend time with family. This mindset shift has made my life much more peaceful because I'm no longer fighting against the inevitable. Instead, I'm focusing on what's within my reach. 4. Use mindfulness to catch yourself early. Mindfulness has been a game changer for me when it comes to managing anger. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, especially when something triggers us unexpectedly. But practicing mindfulness, staying aware of my thoughts and feelings in real time, has helped me catch anger early before it spirals out of control. When I feel that initial surge of frustration, I take a deep breath and focus on the sensation of breathing. This simple act brings me back to the present and creates a little mental pause. In that space, I can decide whether the situation really warrants a big reaction or if it's something I can let go of. Often I find that this quick pause is enough to see things more clearly. For example, if I get a frustrating email, I no longer fire off a response right away. I breathe, let the initial reaction settle, and come back to it when I'm calm. This practice of mindfulness has saved me from saying or doing things I'd regret. Over time, I've become better at recognizing anger as it arises, allowing me to control it rather than let it control me. Mindfulness isn't a cure-all, but it's a powerful tool. It gives me the space to choose my response consciously, rather than being driven by emotion. The more I practice, the more natural it becomes, helping me stay grounded in the moments that matter most. 5. Turn anger into curiosity. I used to see anger as something to suppress or avoid, but Stoicism introduced me to a different approach, turning anger into curiosity. Instead of reacting right away, I now try to ask myself, why does this bother me? This question shifts my focus from the external trigger to my internal response, helping me understand the deeper reasons behind my anger. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment, my immediate reaction might be to feel defensive. But instead of snapping back, I pause and ask, what's really going on here? Sometimes I realize the comment triggered an insecurity of mine, or maybe I'm just tired and more sensitive. This insight doesn't excuse rude behavior, but it helps me respond thoughtfully instead of react impulsively. Curiosity also allows me to see the other person's perspective. Maybe they're dealing with their own issues or didn't mean to come across the way they did. By approaching anger with curiosity, I turn potentially tense moments into opportunities for growth and understanding. This approach has not only helped me manage my anger, but has also deepened my empathy and improved my relationships. 6. Practice empathy toward others' flaws. It's easy to get frustrated with others when they mess up or don't meet our expectations. But Stoicism reminds me to see these moments as opportunities to practice empathy. For instance, if someone makes a mistake at work or acts rudely, I try to consider what they might be going through. Maybe they're stressed, dealing with personal issues, or simply had a rough day. Instead of reacting with anger, I remind myself that they're human too, just like me. This shift from judgment to empathy has helped me stay calm and respond with compassion rather than frustration. It doesn't mean excusing poor behavior, it just means choosing understanding over anger. This mindset has not only made me more patient, but also improved my relationships, as people feel more comfortable around someone who sees their flaws with kindness. 7. Forgive to find freedom. Forgiveness used to feel like letting someone off the hook, but Stoicism has taught me that forgiveness is really about freeing myself. When I hold on to anger, I'm carrying that burden around with me, replaying events that only weigh me down. But when I choose to forgive, I'm not saying the hurtful behavior was okay. I'm simply releasing its hold over my peace of mind. One way I practice forgiveness is by reminding myself, I release this because it no longer serves me. Saying this out loud or in my mind gives me a sense of closure. Over time, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't about the other person at all. It's about choosing peace for myself. And when I let go of anger, I make space for more positive emotions, like compassion and joy. 8. Embrace the impermanence of feelings. One powerful Stoic insight is the recognition that everything, our anger, happiness, even challenges, is temporary. This concept has helped me immensely, especially during tough times. When I feel overwhelmed by anger, I remind myself, this, too, shall pass. Knowing that emotions are fleeting helps me ride out the storm without making impulsive decisions I might later regret. It's like watching waves crash on the shore. They come and go, but they don't stay. Realizing that anger is just a passing wave gives me the patience to let it flow without getting swept away. This practice helps me avoid saying or doing things I'll regret, all because I know the feeling is temporary. 9. Stop expecting others to understand. Sometimes my frustration stems from expecting others to get me, to understand my point of view. But not everyone will, and that's okay. When I let go of the need for others to fully understand or validate my feelings, I feel lighter and more at peace. I remind myself that my inner peace isn't dependent on others' opinions or approval. This doesn't mean I stop expressing myself, but I'm no longer waiting for a specific reaction. By releasing the expectation that others should see things my way, I feel less frustration and more acceptance, creating space for calm and mutual respect in my interactions. 10. Reflect on past anger to build future resilience. Reflecting on past moments when I let anger take over has been invaluable. I'll look back and ask myself, what could I have done differently? Did my reaction help or hurt the situation? This isn't about self-blame. It's about learning and growing so I can handle similar situations better in the future. Each reflection builds my resilience, helping me recognize patterns and improve my responses over time. By understanding how I handled past situations, I prepare myself to respond more calmly and constructively when anger inevitably comes up again. This process has helped me develop greater emotional strength and wisdom over time. Thank you for joining me on this journey to understand anger through a Stoic lens. Remember, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions, but about mastering our responses to them. Anger, like any emotion, is fleeting and doesn't have to define us. When we choose patience over impulse, we gain true freedom, the power to shape our own actions and find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. If these Stoic principles resonate with you and you're eager to cultivate more resilience and calm in your life, please give this video a like and consider subscribing to the channel. Together, we can continue exploring insights that bring us closer to inner strength and wisdom. And if you have your own thoughts or stories on managing anger, drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Let's keep building a community centered on growth and wisdom. Here are 10 ways to stop people from disrespecting you and take control of how you're treated starting today. Ever felt the sting of someone cutting you off mid-sentence or dismissing your opinions like they don't matter? It's frustrating, isn't it? But here's the truth. People will treat you how you allow them to treat you. In the next few minutes, you'll learn the exact strategies to stop disrespect in its tracks and earn the respect you deserve in every area of your life. Here's where it gets interesting. Most people think respect comes naturally or that you have to demand it aggressively. That's a mistake. The real secret? It starts with subtle shifts in how you communicate, how you set boundaries, and even how you carry yourself. One of these tips is so simple yet so powerful that it can transform how people treat you today. But before we dive in, here's what you need to know. These aren't just random ideas. They're proven strategies that work in real life, even for the toughest relationships and situations. If you've been tolerating disrespect for too long, or feeling unsure how to address it without creating conflict, this video will show you exactly what to do. Stick with me to the end, and you'll not only have the tools to stop disrespect, but also to command respect naturally. No shouting, no drama, just quiet, undeniable power. Let's dive in. 1. Set clear boundaries. If you don't define your boundaries, someone else will define them for you, and they'll likely put themselves first. Imagine this. You're hosting a party at your house, and a guest starts rummaging through your fridge without asking. Most people would feel uncomfortable, but they wouldn't say anything, thinking, I don't want to make it awkward. But here's the truth. By staying silent, you've silently allowed that behavior. This applies to every area of life. Your time, energy, emotions, and even your dignity. Jordan Peterson would remind us that chaos thrives in the absence of order. Alan Watts might say, it's your failure to set boundaries that invites disrespect because you haven't honored yourself first. Tony Robbins would passionately shout, raise your standards, and they're all right. Think about a time someone ignored your wishes or overstepped your comfort zone. Did you brush it off? Why? Because confrontation felt worse than enduring the disrespect? That's a lie we tell ourselves to avoid temporary discomfort, but it causes lasting damage. Setting boundaries is not about being rude or domineering. It's about clarity. When you respect yourself enough to say, this is what I will not tolerate, you signal to others how to treat you. Be polite, but firm. You can say, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is my space. Or, I'm happy to help, but I need a heads up next time. Boundaries are your invisible armor, and every time you enforce them, you strengthen them. People might test you at first, but over time they'll recognize that crossing those lines has consequences. It's not selfish to protect your dignity. It's the foundation of mutual respect. And if you don't build that foundation, no one will build it for you. 2. Respect yourself. First. Respect is a mirror. How you see yourself is often how others will see you. Think about it. Would you take advice on fitness from someone who doesn't even work out? Or financial wisdom from someone drowning in debt? The same principle applies to respect. If you don't show yourself respect, why should anyone else? Imagine this. You're running late, and instead of eating something nutritious, you grab a bag of chips. You skip your morning routine because you feel overwhelmed. By the time you face the world, you're frazzled and off balance. This might seem like a small thing, but every neglected action sends a subtle message to your subconscious. I don't value myself enough to prioritize my needs. When you don't value yourself, others pick up on that energy. To earn respect, you must first embody it. This means keeping your promises to yourself, whether it's showing up to the gym, committing to self-care, or even speaking kindly to yourself when you make mistakes. Respect begins in the little decisions, standing tall, looking people in the eye, and speaking with conviction. When you respect yourself, you exude an unspoken confidence that others can't ignore. It's not arrogance, it's self-assurance. You're saying to the world, I'm worth treating well. This doesn't just change how people treat you, it changes how you handle challenges. You're less likely to accept mistreatment because you know your worth. So, the next time someone interrupts you or dismisses your opinions, ask yourself, have I shown myself enough respect to demand better? It starts with you. When you carry yourself like someone who matters, people can't help but notice, and they'll follow your lead. Respect is contagious, but it has to begin within. 3. Be assertive, not aggressive. There's a fine line between standing up for yourself and bulldozing over others. Assertiveness is the art of speaking your truth with confidence and clarity without resorting to aggression. It's about saying, I matter, and so do you. But here's the catch. Most people confuse assertiveness with confrontation, and that fear keeps them silent. Picture this. You're in a meeting, and a colleague cuts you off mid-sentence. Your heart races, and you freeze. You think, if I push back, they'll think I'm rude. So you let it slide. But later you replay the moment over and over, frustrated not just with them, but with yourself. The truth is, assertiveness doesn't have to create conflict. Instead of snapping back with, "Can you stop interrupting me?" you could calmly say, "I'd like to finish my point, then I'm happy to hear your thoughts." Notice the difference? The first response fuels tension, the second diffuses it while firmly reclaiming your space. Being assertive is about communicating with calm authority. Use I statements to express how you feel without blaming others. For example, I feel undervalued when my ideas are overlooked, instead of, you never listen to me. This approach keeps the conversation productive and keeps you in control of your emotions. Remember, assertiveness isn't just about defending yourself. It's about teaching others how to interact with you. When you address disrespect directly and calmly, you're setting a precedent. I won't accept less than respect, but I'll handle it with grace. Practice this skill daily, even in small ways. Say no to commitments you can't handle. Speak up when someone crosses a line. Assertiveness is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes, and the less likely anyone will dare to disrespect you. 4. Don't tolerate disrespect. Respect is not just given, it's maintained through consistent reinforcement of your boundaries. Every time you overlook disrespect, you unintentionally signal that such behavior is acceptable. Think back to moments when someone made a snide remark or belittled your efforts, and you chose to laugh it off or stay silent. Maybe you thought, it's not worth the fuss, but each instance accumulates, eroding your self-worth and inviting more of the same treatment. Imagine you're a gatekeeper of a castle. If you allow trespassers to enter unchallenged, soon the castle becomes overrun and its value diminishes. Your personal boundaries are much like that castle. By not addressing disrespect, you're leaving the gates wide open. It's essential to address issues as they arise, not with hostility, but with firm clarity. Confrontation doesn't have to be a battle. It can be a dialogue. The next time someone crosses a line, address it promptly. You might say, "I didn't appreciate that comment. Let's keep our interactions respectful." This approach is direct, yet maintains the dignity of both parties. It prevents resentment from building up and promotes healthier communication. Remember, people often test limits, sometimes unconsciously. By standing up the first time disrespect occurs, you set a clear standard. You're teaching others how to treat you. This doesn't just apply to blatant disrespect, but also to subtle behaviors, interruptions, disregard for your time, or dismissive attitudes. It's also crucial to reflect on why you might tolerate disrespect. Are you afraid of conflict? Do you worry about losing relationships? Understand that any relationship requiring you to endure disrespect is not a relationship worth keeping. Prioritizing your self-respect may mean making tough choices about who you allow in your life. Ultimately, refusing to tolerate disrespect is an act of self-love. It's declaring to the world and to yourself that you deserve to be treated with dignity. By holding firm to this standard, you not only uplift yourself, but also encourage others to rise to the occasion. 5. Choose your company wisely. You are the average of the people you spend the most time with, and that includes how much respect you receive. If you're constantly surrounded by people who belittle you, dismiss your ideas, or undermine your confidence, it's time to reevaluate your circle. Think about it. Would you let someone plant weeds in your garden and expect the flowers to thrive? The same goes for your personal relationships. Take a moment to reflect on your interactions. Are there people in your life who make you feel small, unheard, or unimportant? Maybe it's the friend who always interrupts your stories, the coworker who takes credit for your ideas, or even a family member who never acknowledges your efforts. Their behavior isn't just a reflection of them, it's also a reflection of what you've been willing to accept. Surrounding yourself with the right people can transform the way you experience respect. Seek out individuals who uplift you, challenge you constructively, and value your presence. These are the people who will celebrate your wins, stand by you in tough times, and never take advantage of your kindness. This isn't about cutting people off recklessly. It's about making intentional choices. If someone consistently disrespects you, despite your efforts to address it, it might be time to step back or limit your interactions. Protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary. Start small. Spend more time with those who treat you well and less time with those who don't. Build new connections with people who align with your values and appreciate your worth. Over time, you'll notice a shift. When you're surrounded by respect, you'll naturally demand it from everyone else. Choosing your company wisely isn't just about relationships. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive and where respect becomes the standard, not the exception. 6. Improve your communication skills. Respect isn't just about what you expect from others. It's also about how you express yourself. Clear, confident communication is a powerful tool that can either command respect or invite disregard. Think of communication like a bridge. If it's poorly constructed, it collapses under pressure, leaving misunderstanding and disrespect in its wake. But when it's strong and intentional, it connects people with clarity and mutual respect. Picture this. You're in a conversation and someone interrupts you. You feel the frustration rise, but instead of addressing it, you trail off, letting them dominate. Later, you regret not standing your ground. This happens because we're often unprepared to navigate these moments. Strong communication skills change that. Start by speaking with confidence. Confidence doesn't mean shouting or demanding attention. It's about delivering your words with clarity and conviction. Avoid filler words like or maybe, which can undermine your message. For example, instead of saying, "I guess I'd like to share something," say, "I have a point I'd like to make." Simple shifts like this can dramatically alter how others perceive you. Active listening is equally important. When you truly listen, you show respect to others, and they're more likely to reciprocate. Maintain eye contact, nod to show engagement, and respond thoughtfully. This creates a foundation of mutual respect that makes it easier to demand the same. Finally, learn to manage your tone. A calm, steady voice conveys authority and self-assurance. Even when addressing disrespect, avoid raising your voice or sounding defensive. Instead, Use assertive but respectful language like, "I'd appreciate it if we could keep this discussion constructive." Mastering communication takes practice, but it's one of the most effective ways to stop people from disrespecting you. When you articulate your thoughts with clarity, confidence, and respect, you'll naturally earn the same in return. 7. Lead by example. Respect is a two-way street, and the best way to teach others how to treat you is to model that behavior yourself. Think of it this way. If you want to be respected, you must first show respect, not just to others, but also in how you carry yourself and interact with the world. People take their cues from you, and your actions set the tone for the relationships around you. Imagine you're at work, and a heated discussion unfolds. Instead of jumping in with accusations or letting frustration dictate your tone, you take a breath, listen actively, and respond thoughtfully. By maintaining composure and respecting everyone involved, you subtly communicate, "This is how I expect to be treated too." When you lead with respect, you're teaching others that you value yourself and those around you. This could mean being punctual to meetings, showing gratitude, or acknowledging others' contributions. These small, consistent acts reinforce the idea that you hold respect as a non-negotiable standard. But here's the twist. Leading by example doesn't mean being a pushover. You can be kind without being weak, respectful without tolerating disrespect. If someone crosses a boundary, address it calmly but firmly. For instance, say, "I appreciate your feedback, but the tone feels dismissive. Let's keep this constructive." By doing so, you demonstrate respect for the conversation while holding others accountable. Respectful leadership inspires others to rise to your level. People are drawn to those who exude calm authority and fairness, and they're more likely to reflect those qualities back. When you embody the respect you expect, it creates a ripple effect. The result? A stronger foundation of mutual respect in every relationship and interaction. Lead by example, and watch how the world starts treating you differently. 8. Build confidence. Confidence is your shield against disrespect. When you truly believe in your worth, others sense it, and they're far less likely to challenge it. Think of someone you admire who carries themselves with unwavering confidence. They don't have to demand respect. It seems to flow to them naturally. Why? Because confidence radiates an unspoken message. I know who I am, and I won't settle for less. Now imagine yourself walking into a room where everyone's attention shifts to you, not because you're loud or flashy, but because of the way you carry yourself. Your posture is upright, your steps are deliberate, and your energy exudes self-assurance. That's the power of confidence. It's not about arrogance, it's about knowing your value and projecting it effortlessly. But here's the thing, confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Start by keeping promises to yourself, no matter how small. If you say you'll wake up early, follow through. If you commit to learning a new skill, dedicate yourself to it. Each fulfilled promise strengthens your trust in yourself, and that trust is the foundation of confidence. Confidence also grows when you step outside your comfort zone. Every challenge you overcome reinforces the belief that you can handle more. Whether it's speaking up in a meeting, trying a new activity, or asserting yourself in a difficult conversation, these small victories add up. When you're confident, you won't tolerate disrespect because you know you deserve better. If someone challenges your value, you won't crumble, you'll stand firm. Confidence isn't loud, it's steady. It's not about proving others wrong, but about knowing deep down that you're right to demand respect. Build it piece by piece, and you'll find that disrespect doesn't just bounce off your shield, it stops showing up at all. 9. Stand up for yourself. There comes a moment when you need to draw the line, not with anger, but with unwavering resolve. Standing up for yourself isn't about being combative. It's about showing others and yourself that you refuse to accept disrespect. The truth is, the way you respond in those crucial moments defines how people will treat you moving forward. Think about a time when someone spoke to you in a way that made you feel small or dismissed. Maybe you laughed it off or said nothing, thinking, it's not worth the trouble. But afterward, that moment lingered in your mind, replaying like a broken record. That frustration wasn't just about their words, it was about your silence. Standing up for yourself isn't easy, but it's essential. When someone crosses the line, address it directly and calmly. For instance, if a co-worker interrupts you, say, "I wasn't finished speaking. Please let me complete my thought." Or if someone makes a hurtful comment, respond with, "That's not an acceptable way to speak to me." These are simple, powerful phrases that communicate your boundaries without escalating the situation. The key is composure. When you respond calmly, you're in control. People are far less likely to argue with someone who is firm but poised. Overreacting can undermine your message, but steady, respectful confrontation sends a clear signal. I respect myself, and I expect the same from you. Each time you stand up for yourself, you strengthen your confidence and reinforce your boundaries. It's not just about stopping disrespect in the moment. It's about reshaping how people perceive you. Over time, others will learn that you're not someone to be taken lightly, and you'll feel the quiet power of knowing you've reclaimed your dignity. 10. Walk away when needed. Sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is to remove yourself from a situation or relationship where disrespect persists. Walking away doesn't mean you've given up. It means you've chosen yourself. It's a declaration that your peace, dignity, and self-worth are non-negotiable. Imagine this. You've repeatedly asked someone to respect your boundaries, but they ignore you every time. You've tried to address the issue calmly, stood up for yourself, and given them opportunities to change. Yet, the disrespect continues. At some point, you have to ask yourself, what am I holding on to, and at what cost? Walking away isn't always easy, especially if it's a close friend, a partner, or even a long-time colleague. There's an emotional attachment, a history that makes letting go feel painful. But staying in a toxic situation is like clinging to a rope that's burning your hands. The longer you hold on, the more damage it does. When you walk away, you're reclaiming your power. It's a reminder to yourself and to others that you will not tolerate being treated poorly. This doesn't always mean cutting someone out completely. It could mean taking a step back, creating distance, or limiting your interactions to maintain your emotional health. In the end, walking away is an act of self-respect. It's not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your own well-being. People who truly value you will notice and may even adjust their behavior. And for those who don't, let them go. Life is too short to invest in relationships or situations that drain you. By walking away when needed, you open the door for healthier, more respectful connections to enter your life. Remember, choosing yourself is never the wrong choice. Respect starts with you. And today, you've learned 10 powerful ways to stop people from disrespecting you and create the boundaries you deserve. Whether it's setting clear limits, standing up for yourself, or walking away when necessary. Each strategy is a step toward building the respect and confidence that will transform your life. Now it's your turn. Which of these strategies resonated with you the most? Have you ever faced a situation where you had to demand respect? I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. Share them in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that inspires everyone in our community to live with dignity and strength. If you found this video valuable, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for more life-changing advice, and share this video with someone who could use these tips today. Your support helps us continue creating content that empowers and uplifts. Thank you for watching, and remember, respect yourself and the world will follow. See you in the next video.
Have you ever felt like a pawn in someone else's game? Like a disposable tool used and discarded at their convenience? In a world where genuine connections are increasingly rare, it's crucial to identify the wolves in sheep's clothing, those who masquerade as friends but harbor ulterior motives. In this eye-opening exploration, we'll delve into the 10 telltale attitudes that expose a person's true colors, revealing that their concern for you is nothing more than a facade. Brace yourself as we unravel the threads of deceit and manipulation, empowering you to create a life surrounded by authentic, nurturing relationships. 1. The chameleon's selective availability. Picture this: you're in the midst of a crisis, desperately in need of a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. You reach out to someone you consider a friend, only to be met with deafening silence. Days pass, and your messages remain unread, your calls unanswered. Yet when they require a favor or need something from you, they miraculously reappear, ready to engage. This selective availability is a glaring red flag, exposing the one-sided nature of the relationship. True friends are there through thick and thin, not just when it's convenient for them. If you find yourself consistently on the giving end, while your own needs are neglected, it's time to reassess the dynamic. 2. The narcissist's lack of personal interest. In the tapestry of genuine friendship, curiosity and empathy are the golden threads that bind hearts together. A true friend is invested in your life, eager to learn about your dreams, fears, and daily struggles. They listen attentively, offering support and celebrating your triumphs. However, when you encounter someone who rarely inquires about your well-being, focusing solely on their own needs and desires, it's a clear indication that you are merely a means to an end. They see you as a resource to be tapped rather than a multifaceted individual with intrinsic worth. This lack of personal interest is a billboard announcing loud and clear that their concern for you is superficial at best. 3. The manipulator's guilt trips and emotional blackmail. Manipulators are master puppeteers, skillfully pulling the strings of guilt and obligation to bend you to their will. They wield phrases like, "If you were really my friend, you would," as weapons, aiming to coerce you into compliance. These guilt trips are a form of emotional blackmail designed to erode your boundaries and exploit your kindness. In healthy relationships, respect and free will are the cornerstones, not manipulation and coercion. If someone consistently employs these tactics, it's a glaring sign that they prioritize their own agenda over your well-being. It's time to cut the strings and reclaim your autonomy. 4. The disrespectful leech's persistent lack of consideration. Respect is the lifeblood of any meaningful relationship. It's the understanding that your time, energy, and needs are just as valuable as theirs. When someone consistently disregards your boundaries, showing up late, canceling plans last minute, or demanding your attention at inappropriate times, They are broadcasting their lack of respect for you. This persistent pattern of disrespectful behavior, without any genuine effort to change, is a neon sign indicating that they view you as a disposable commodity. It's time to set firm boundaries and demand the respect you deserve. 5. The shallow socialite's superficial bonding. In the realm of authentic connections, depth is the key that unlocks the doors to meaningful relationships. When conversations consistently remain at a surface level, never venturing beyond small talk and trivial topics, it's a red flag that the person is not invested in truly getting to know you. They may be pleasant company for a casual encounter, but their lack of interest in your inner world reveals the shallow nature of the bond. Reflect on whether this connection offers genuine growth and mutual understanding, or if it's merely a mirage of friendship. 6. The fair weather friend's absence in crucial moments. Life is a tapestry, woven with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. It is during the darkest hours that true friendships shine the brightest. When you find yourself navigating a storm, a genuine friend is there to weather it with you, offering unwavering support and empathy. However, if someone is conspicuously absent during your times of need, offering only superficial platitudes or empty promises, it's a glaring sign that their commitment to the relationship is conditional. True friends stand by you, not just in the sunshine, but in the rain as well. 7. The opportunist's calculated connections. In the world of social climbing, some individuals view relationships as mere rungs on a ladder to success. They strategically align themselves with those they perceive as beneficial to their goals, only to discard them when they've outlived their usefulness. If you notice someone consistently gravitating towards those with influence, power, or status while neglecting genuine connections, it's a red flag that their interest in you is purely transactional. True friends value you for who you are, not what you can do for them. 8. The competitive frenemies, constant comparison. A true friend celebrates your successes and shares in your joys. However, when someone consistently compares themselves to you, constantly trying to one-up your achievements or downplay your accomplishments, it's a sign that they view you as a rival rather than a friend. This competitive behavior breeds resentment and undermines the foundation of trust and support that genuine friendships are built upon. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, afraid to share your triumphs for fear of triggering their insecurities, it's time to re-evaluate the relationship. 9. The gossip monger's breach of trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. When you confide in someone, you trust that they will hold your secrets and vulnerabilities with care and respect. However, if you discover that someone has been sharing your private information with others, gossiping behind your back, or using your confessions against you, it's a glaring sign that they have little regard for your trust and well-being. A true friend protects your privacy and maintains confidentiality, understanding the sacred nature of the bond you share. 10. The toxic critic's constant negativity. In life's journey, we need companions who uplift and inspire us, not those who constantly drag us down with their negativity. If someone consistently criticizes your choices, belittles your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, it's a red flag that they are not invested in your growth and happiness. A true friend offers constructive feedback and support, encouraging you to be your best self. They celebrate your uniqueness and help you navigate challenges with compassion and wisdom. If you find yourself constantly drained and discouraged after interactions with someone, it's time to reassess the impact they have on your mental and emotional well-being. The importance of emotional boundaries and self-worth. Recognizing these toxic attitudes is the first step in protecting your emotional well-being and cultivating a life filled with genuine reciprocal relationships. It's essential to establish clear boundaries, communicating your needs and expectations with assertiveness and compassion. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, those who celebrate your successes and support you through challenges. Remember, your worth is not defined by how others treat you, but by how you treat yourself. Embrace your inherent value and refuse to settle for relationships that diminish your spirit. Seek out connections that nourish your soul, where mutual respect, empathy, and growth are the foundations. As you navigate the complex landscape of human interactions, trust your intuition and the wisdom gained from experience. Be willing to let go of those who consistently drain your energy and erode your self-esteem. Instead, invest in relationships that inspire you to be your best self, where love, respect, and authenticity are the guiding lights. In a world where genuine connections are precious gems, it's crucial to be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle. By recognizing the 10 attitudes of those who don't truly care, you empower yourself to create a life surrounded by individuals who value and cherish you for who you are. So, dear viewer, embrace your worth, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate relationships that uplift your spirit. Remember, you are deserving of love, respect, and genuine connection. Don't settle for anything less.